Good morning, everyone. We're on the record. Good morning, everyone. As chairperson of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, and in accordance with DC Code Section 2571 of the Open Meetings Act, OMA, I'm welcoming you to the regular scheduled meeting of the Alcoholic Beverage Control Board. This meeting has been conducted pursuant to guidance made available by the District of Columbia's Office of Open Government regarding electronic meetings held by public bodies. Electronic meetings by the ABC Board are authorized pursuant to Section 2577A of the DC Code. Pursuant to the OMA requirements, notice of today's meeting was provided 48 hours in advance of the meeting on ABRA's website and on the district central meeting calendar. The notice included the time, date, agenda, and call-in or login information for public participation. This electronic meeting has been hosted by a WebEx account provided by the District of Columbia government. Please address any questions or complaints to the OOG at opengovoffice@dc.gov. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. I would like to introduce the other ABC board members who are also participating electronically. Please respond when I announce your name. Mr. James Short.
Mr. James Short, present.
Mr. Bobby Cato.
Bobby Cato, present.
Ms. Rafi Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, present.
Ms. Jenny Hansen.
Jenny Hansen, present.
Mr. Edward Grandis.
Grandis, present.
The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business today, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with today's hearing calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are 8 cases scheduled for this morning's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. Our first order of business today is a protest hearing status, case number 22PRO00106, The Good Guys Restaurant, license number 899. This case has been canceled due to the submission of a settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. The next case in our calendar is case number 22PRO00104, Vision Lounge, license number 121350. Good morning, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the protestants, the ANC group of 5 or more, abutting property owner in this case, please?
Good morning. Salam, your access has been elevated. Douglas Crocker, your access has been elevated. Joel Kelty, your access has been elevated. Graham Grossman, your access has been elevated. And Crystal Geis, your access has been elevated. That appears to be all, Chairman.
Thank you. All right, let me have the licensee. Can the licensee please identify himself by spelling and state his name for the record, please? Who's the licensee in this case? Is there Mr. Adal? I see SCLAM Salam.
Yes.
I sorry, Miss. Are you the owner, ma'am? Can you please, do you have a camera you can turn on, ma'am?
Okay, sir. Camera, it doesn't work to me. Okay, try it. Good morning.
I still can't see you, but if you don't have a camera,
Oh, you
I'm
can
sorry.
see me?
No, ma'am, I can't see you, but I can hear you. So I'm not gonna. So all right, now I can see you. Good morning, ma'am. All right, can you spell and state your name for the record, ma'am, and your relationship to the establishment?
It's my name is Salamawit Adal, SALAMAWIT ADAL.
What's your relationship to this establishment?
The owner of the business.
Good morning. Thank you.
You're welcome, sir.
No, I'm sorry. Who is Mr. Crocker? Mr. Crocker, can you spell and can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Douglas Crocker, and I am a representative supporting, here representing Vision Lounge.
So you are the designated. Are you the designated representative from Miss?
Yes, I am.
Do you have a camera so you can turn on? I like to see people that
Yeah.
if possible, I'd like to see people.
It's my camera is showing me, but I don't know. It doesn't come.
Well, I'm not seeing you anymore, ma'am. I saw you when you introduced yourself for the record, and now you have disappeared. But
Oh,
at
now
least
still my camera is on.
well, I don't see you, but I saw you before, so we're fine. I can see you now. So, Mr. Crocker, do you have a camera that you can turn on, sir?
Yeah, I'm trying to turn it on now. I don't see where it will allow me to turn it on. I just was able to unmute my microphone, but I don't see how I can turn the camera on. Sorry.
All right, that's fine. All right. All right, that's fine, sir. Let's have the ANC representative identify, spell, and state their name for the record, please.
Good morning. This is Commissioner Joel Kelty, ANC 6C. First name Joel, last name Kelty. And I'm also here, the ANC is also represented by Graham Grossman.
I'm sorry, Mr. Grossman, I think you're on mute. So can you spell and state your name for the record, please? I see your mouth moving, but I can't hear you. Mr. Grossman, can you hear me?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, sir. Good morning. I can hear you now.
There we
Can
go.
you
Sorry
please
for the
spell and state your
technical.
name for the record, please? Yes.
Graham Grossman representing ANC 6C. Graham spelled Graham. Grossman, Grossman. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kelty, you're from ANC. What ANC are you from?
We represent ANC 6C. I am the single
6C,
member,
okay.
District 6005.
Oh, I'm sorry. So both of you are from ANC 6C. Is that correct?
Yes.
No. All right. Let me see. Who's the designated representative for the group of 5 or more? Who's the designated representative?
This is Crystal Geis, CrystalGeise, on behalf of the group of 5.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning.
And who is the abutting property owner? Do we have the abutting property owner here?
No, the property owner is not here.
What's the name of the abutting property owner who is
Mr. Jamil.
It's Mark Knobe, and there's one other gentleman.
Mr. Oriana, can you please announce to see if there is anyone on the line who needs to be in this case who has been unable to log on to this case, please?
David Bailat, Baillat, is the other budding property owner if he is in the waiting room.
He's in the waiting room. What's the last name?
Baillat.
Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. David Ballat, Balliat? I was told he's in the waiting room. And who's the other person?
He is not present in the waiting room.
What, ma'am? I'm sorry, Miss
Guys,
Guys.
oh, I said if he's in the waiting room. I can't see the waiting room myself.
Okay, I'm sorry. And who's the other budding property owner? Who's that other person?
Mark Knobe, Knobbe.
Okay, so David Ballard and Mark Knobe, they are the budding property owners?
Yes.
They are not present in the waiting room.
All right, so they're not present in the waiting room. And this hearing was scheduled to start at 9:30. I'm sorry, 10:30. It's 10:45. Everyone is here. And so I see that we have put a note in the chat. So I'll give them, it's 10:46. I'll give them 2 more minutes. So it's 10:46. I'll wait 2 more minutes to see whether or not they are going to join. Or for them to identify themselves in the waiting area that they are trying to access this hearing. Who is Jordan Braw? Who is that person? I see there's a note there. Who's Jordan Braw?
Jordan Baugh is one of the group of 5 or more.
Okay, so Mr. Baugh, since you're here, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, by spelling and stating your name?
Yes, Jordan Baugh, Jordan Baugh.
And what's your relationship to this case, sir?
I am one of the group of 5 residents who signed the petition.
Thank you. We'll wait 1 more minute to see if there's anyone else in the waiting room we're trying to elevate who needs to be elevated. There's another person who, can you identify yourself? There's another person who identifies themselves in the chat to say that they're here as, I guess, a group of 5 or more. So, okay, all right then. All right, it's 10:48. We have called the case with Vision Lounge. The licensee is here. ANC 6 is here. The group of 5 or more is here. The abutting property owners are not here. And I understand it's David, David Ballot, and Mark, Knobbe, Mark Knob. They were granted standing, at the roll call hearing as abutting. They were granted standing at the roll call hearing as abutting property owners in this hearing. All parties were informed at the roll call hearing that they must appear at the status hearing. Since this hearing has been called and the abutting property owners David Ballat and Mr. Mark Noby, that they are not here. I there make a motion that they be dismissed from this proceeding. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the moment. I'm sorry, Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. The ABC board has voted to dismiss both abutted property owners from this proceedings because they, based on their failure to appear at the status hearing. We will issue a decision dismissing them from the case. They will have 10 days to provide the agency, this board, with proper cause why they failed to be at the hearing today. If they are able to show a proper cause, why is it that they were unable to appear? We might vote to grant them standing. If not, we will move forward. All right. So the parties in this case now are the ANC, the group of five, and the group of five or more. Are there any preliminary matters that needs to be brought to the attention of the board? Mr. Crocker?
Yes, I'm here.
I said, are there any preliminary matters you need to bring to the attention of the board, sir, on behalf of your client?
No, only that we had some delays with regard to meeting with our ABRA representative. She's been out on vacation for a number of days, as well as we requested our Freedom of Information Act request for copies of other settlement agreements that have been put in place. We originally requested this information from the ANC, but we have never received copies of the other settlement agreements in place. So we had to come to ABRA directly and submit a Freedom of Information Act request, which has kind of delayed our response.
Any preliminary issues by the ANC?
No, sir.
The group of five or more? Ms. Geis?
No, sir.
All right, thanks. All right. This matter is set for a protest hearing on February 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. So February 15th, 2023, a protest hearing is scheduled for this case. Now that we've scheduled this matter for a protest hearing, there are a few instructions that I would like to instruct you about because the board's practices under the board's practices have changed. As you know, the board's hearings are conducted virtually, so it's more important than ever that protest hearings are focused and addresses only those issues that are being protested. Following this hearing, you will receive an email from ABRA Legal that will include a copy of a protest information form, PIP, and a copy of an exhibit form, as well as specific instructions for the hearing. You are required to complete and submit a PIP and exhibit forms at least 7 days before the date of the hearing. If we do not receive a copy of your form 7 days before the hearing, your application or your protest may be subject to dismissal. These documents need to be submitted to ABRA Legal and to the opposing parties. Please know that these documents greatly assist the board in narrowing the protest issues, facilitating the process, and keeping the parties on point during the hearing. I am stressing to remind all parties, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to disclose documents and witnesses, meaning that the ANC needs to send the document to the licensee, and the ANC also needs to send the document to the group of five or more. And the ANC also needs to send those documents to the agency also. Mr. Crocker, on behalf, you are required 7 days before the hearing, sir, to send your PIP to the agency, to send your PIP to the ANC and to send your PIP to the group of 5 or more. And the group of 5 or more, so is it clear to everyone that 7 days prior to the hearing, you are required to do that?
Yes, I have one question though. You said group of 5 or more. Do I just send it to all the group of 5, or is there just
the designated representative, sir?
Representative. Okay, thank you.
You send it to the designated representative because I'm stressing this point because I do not want parties at the hearing, if we go to a hearing, to state that they were not aware that they were not aware that they were not aware that they were supposed to submit their documents and witness their documents 7 days prior to the hearing. Hold on, let me figure out what. Hold there. Hold.
Question for the chair.
Who's speaking, please?
Graham Grossman, ANC 6C. Just want to make sure all the instructions will be included and any notaries needed, any formal processes that will all be sent with the documents, correct, sir?
Yes. Just give me 1 minute, please. Okay, I need to deal with an issue. All right, we're back. I'm back. It's my understanding that there is an abutting property owner that's now on the line. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate that person, please? Let me find out who that person is.
Mark Kenobi, your access has been elevated.
Mr. Kenobi, can you please spell and state your name? I'm sorry, Mr. Crocker, you're sharing your screen, and I don't know why you're sharing your screen, sir. So Mr. Oriana, can you please ensure that no participant in this hearing has the ability to share anything online, please? Okay. All right, Mr. Kenobi, can you please spell and state your name for the record, sir?
Sure. My name is Mark Kenobi. First name is M-A-R-C. Last name is K-N-O-B-B-E.
Can you just explain to me your allegation that you're not a budding property owner, is that correct?
Correct. It's 727 7th Street, Northeast.
And what happened at the roll call hearing, sir? Just generally.
At the pro call hearing, my husband
At the
was
roll
on
call,
that.
the first hearing, yes.
Oh, the first hearing, I'll have to review the notes. My husband was on that call. I didn't make that call.
And so I'm sorry, so were you on the call and he was representing you on the call, or was he representing himself?
Himself, because he was on the list of individuals protesting as well.
But I'm sorry, but you were not there, is that correct?
Correct.
We voted, the board just voted to dismiss you from this, from both you and your husband as represented by you. Now, I'm sorry, what's your husband's name, sir?
David Baya.
Can you spell that for the record, please, sir?
David. Baya is Baillat.
Thank you. All right. If you had stated that you were not at the roll call hearing, you're here today. The board just voted to dismiss both you and your husband from this proceedings. What
Okay.
I'm going to do, I'm sorry.
Proceed. Go ahead.
Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you, sir. All right.
Do you have any comments? Or you said, I'm sorry, you said you were going to make a decision?
No, you said okay. So if you're not challenging the decision, then there's no decision for me to make, sir.
Oh, no, I was going to challenge the decision. I was just I was acknowledging the dismissal. Yes, sorry.
All right. There's some confusion. I need to review the transfer from the roll call hearing. So what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a motion that we had voted to dismiss you from this case, but because your husband is not here, that motion will stand because your husband is not here. And so since you are here, I will make a motion that we grant you conditional standing, and we'll ask the agents to provide more information. So what I'm going to ask, the motion I'm going to make now is that for the board to grant Mr. Mark Kenobi conditional stand-in this case. We had initially voted to dismiss him from the case, but prior to the ending of this case, he appeared online. And so what I'm going to do is that I'm going to make a new motion that we provide him conditional stand-in in this case, and legal will do further investigation to find out whether or not we need to provide full stand-in to Mr. Kenobi prior to the protest hearing. All right, so is there a second?
Mr. Chairman, I'll second.
Mr. Randis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote, and we'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I disagree.
Miss Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 5-1 with Ms. Crockett disagreeing. So therefore, we're going to provide Mr. Kenobi conditional stand-in this matter. All right. All right. So as I stated before, this matter is scheduled for a protest hearing, sir, I'm sorry. This matter is scheduled for a protest hearing on the February 15th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And what I'd asked, what I'd stated before is that each party, 7 days before the hearing, they are required to exchange documents and witness. And so now that we have also granted conditional standing to Mr. Kenobi, Mr. Crocker, Mr. Crocker as the designated representative of the licensee. So you also need now to file your PIP on and provide a copy to Mr. Kenobi. And Mr. Kenobi, you also need to file if you're going to participate in this hearing, and to participate, then if you have documents and witnesses you're going to rely upon at the hearing, you also need to provide this information to the parties 7 days before the hearing. All right. If we have a hearing, each side is limited to no more than 5 witnesses, and you'll only have 60 minutes to present your case. Excuse me, this includes all direct examination. The board doesn't intend to hear testimony in matters that are not relevant to those issues that are being protested. Again, if this matter goes to a protest hearing, the board will ask the protestants to designate one representative to represent the protestant groups. We're not going to have a case in chief by the ANC, case in chief by the abutting property owner, case in chief by the by the group of 5 or more. So therefore, the parties must get together and decide on one person who can represent the interests of the protestant. Any questions by anyone? All right. The board supports settlement, and so I will ask the parties that they should continue talking to see if this matter can be settled. If this matter cannot be settled, then we will see you at a protest hearing on February 15th, 2023 at 1:30 a.m. I'm sorry, 1:30 p.m. And the board will also look into the conditional standing that was provided to the abutting property owner, and we'll make a decision moving forward on that issue. Okay? All right. Thank you very much for your presence today, and have a great day. Thank you. The case is over, so you can log off on this case. You can log off. Thank you very much. The next case in our calendar is case number 22 PRO 00099, Cloak and Dagger, license number 98733. This case has been canceled. The hearing due to submission of an amendment to settlement agreement for the board's review and approval. Excuse me. We now move to our show cause hearing status calendar. The first case in our status calendar is case number 22-251-00021, Unity, license number 109064. Good morning again, Mr. Oriana. Can you please elevate the rights of the government and the licensee in this case, please?
Don Johannes, your access has been elevated. Khalid Chenchi, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Chenchi. Good. Can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General, representing the District of Columbia today.
Good morning, sir. Ms. Ioannis, good morning. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Morning, Sidon Johannes, SIDONYOHANNES, here on behalf of the licensee.
Thank you, Andy. It appears that you might have an unstable Wi-Fi, Ms. Ioannis. Just want to let you know that you're breaking up.
Can you hear me now? Okay.
I can hear you, but I'm just saying in speaking, you're breaking up. Just want to let you know. All right. Good morning, everyone. Are there any preliminary matters in this case?
None from the government.
Ms. Ioannis?
No preliminary matters for us.
Fine. All right, thanks. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February the 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind the parties that if this matter goes to a show cause hearing, 7 days prior to the hearing, both parties are required to exchange documents and witnesses. Failure on each side to provide, to disclose documents or witnesses that will be relied on the hearing. The board is empowered to prevent the party from relying on documents and witnesses that have not previously been disclosed. Any questions by anyone?
No questions.
No.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. The next case in our calendar is case number 22CC 00021, Capitol Hill Market, license number 78727. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
It appears that only Colin Gentry is here.
And there's no, I see the owner as Mokbaelim. That person is not there. All right. So, good morning, Mr. Tinsley. Can you please identify yourself for them?
Good morning,
Can you
Colin.
please identify yourself for the record, please?
Good morning, Chairperson Anderson. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General representing the District of Columbia.
And I see the licensee is not here. Then this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February the 8th, 2023 at 10:30 a.m. Just want to remind you, sir, that 7 days prior to the hearing, both sides are required to disclose documents and witnesses that they will rely upon in this case. Is this your case, sir?
This is my case, yes.
And have you had any contact with the licensee?
We have reached out to the licensee with the email address that we have on record, but have not received a response.
Okay, all right. All right, keep on trying, sir. It's my understanding that they were served, but maybe we can further ascertain what is going on since you have not, because I want to make sure that they are, that they appear at the hearing on the 8th. Okay, all right. Thank you, sir. All right. All right, the next case in our calendar is case number 22, CMP 00056, Safari Restaurant and Lounge, license number 90424. Mr. Orieta, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
Whereas team, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you. Mr. Time. Mr. Time. Mr. Orieta, has he been unmuted, or is it that he needs to unmute himself?
Yes, a request has been sent to unmute. It's upon him to unmute.
Okay, thank you, sir. Mr. Time, can you unmute yourself? Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, sir. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General representing the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. Mr. Time, can you please identify yourself for the record, sir? Mr. Time, can you please identify yourself for the record?
Yes, I'm staying away from this voice, sir. 1 second. Good morning.
Good morning, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, Franz Timmy, F-R-E-Z, and last name is Timmy, T-E-A-M-E.
What's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I am the owner of the establishment, sir.
All right, good morning.
Good morning, sir.
Mr. Tenchi, are there any preliminary matters in this case?
Yes, Chairperson. I did attempt to contact Mr. Time before this hearing at the email address of record and also the email address that he provided on the service form. However, both emails resulted in a bounce back. I also called the phone number that he identified to contact him on the service form, but he did not pick up. I left a voicemail, but I haven't heard back from him. The government is obviously interested in trying to resolve this case without need for a hearing, but I don't know if Mr. Time has any way that he can provide me some more updated contact information so I can get in touch with him.
Mr. Time,
Yes.
you heard the government has stated that they have been unable to reach you.
I called I think it's Misty and provide me with the phone number, and I also tried to call the attorney, but unfortunately we didn't get a chance to communicate. I don't know, my email was not working for the attorney, but it works. I got the notification, I got this, so I don't know if there was any error on that, but I try on my end as well to call and communicate and to go to the office and resolve this issue before the board's hearing, but there was no luck.
Oh, well, all right. This matter is scheduled for show cause hearing on February 8th, 2023.
Yes.
It appears that the parties are in favor of speaking. And so I guess if Mr. Chenchi, if you were to put your information in the chat, Mr. Tiemann, do you have the contact information for the government, sir?
Yes, I do.
All right. So if you have the contact information for the government, so can you please then make contact with him, because he said he has tried to contact you by email and it has bounced back. So
Yeah.
if the parties are in favor of settling this matter, then I'm just saying that please connect. If this matter can be settled, it can be settled by an OIC, and so you
Yes.
don't have to appear at the hearing on the 8th. So if the parties are, as I said before, the matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 8th at 1:30 p.m. If the parties are generally in favor of settling this matter, then I will state that please communicate and have that occur. If not, we will see you on February 8th at 1:30 p.m. Okay?
Yes, sir. I will do that.
Any other
Appreciate it.
questions? All right. Okay. Thank you. Have a good day then.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Thanks. All right. You can log off, Mr. Time. The next case in our calendar is case number 22, CC 00023, Quality Convenience Store, license number 83074. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee in this case, please?
It appears that only Colin Chenchi is here.
Is there Mr. Afa? All right, is there anyone in line for quality, for Quality Convenience Store? It appears that the owner is Mr. Afa or any representative. All right. Mr. Chenchi, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, sir?
Yes, good morning. Colin Chenchi, COLLINCENCI, Assistant Attorney General representing the District of Columbia.
Good morning, sir. All right, I see that the licensee is not here. This matter, licensees are not required to be present at the show cause hearing status, so he's not here. Is this your case, sir?
This is my case, and for your reference, Mr. Chairperson Anderson, we are in the final stages of putting the finishing touches on an OIC to resolve this matter. We just couldn't get it wrapped up before the hearing today, but the board can expect an OIC before the end of the day tomorrow.
All right. Well, thank you, sir. So this matter, then, if this matter is not settled, this matter is scheduled for a show cause hearing on February 8th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. All right, sir. Thank you very much for your presentation today. Have a great day.
Thank you very much. You too.
All right, the next case in our calendar, it's a fact-finding. It is a fact-finding hearing for Franklin Park downtown bid. And so, Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the parties? It's the ABRA investigator, Kevin Puente, Mr. O'Brien on behalf of the bid, and any other witnesses that are here for the bid. Thank you.
Access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Mr. O'Brien, is it and Ms. Mahmoud, if it's possible to move closer to the camera, I see you in a conference room and you are a mile away from us, sir.
We're moving at this moment.
Thank you. I still think you need to move closer, sir. You are still a mile away, sir. You moving from one end of the conference room to another, you are just as far away as you were before. It appears that you have a new system, but you are so far away from the camera.
All right. Can you go to one of our laptops? Yes. Give us a moment, and we'll try to disengage. But I did move the length of the conference table. I understand it's still not close enough.
It does not make a difference, sir. You are just as far away as you were the first time. It appears you're trying to do something different, but you're just too far away from the camera.
You can still speak into this.
Okay.
Now that's better. All right. Good. All right. Good morning. Mr. Price, do you have a camera you can turn on, sir? So, all right. Good morning, everyone. So let me have the parties identify themselves for the record. Let's start with Mr. Puente.
Morning, sir. Kevin Puente, Kevin Puent, ABRA investigator.
Good morning, Mr. Puente. Mr. O'Brien, can you please identify yourself for the record, please, by spelling your name also too, sir?
Stephen O'Brien, Stephen, O''BRIEN, and I'm accompanied by my colleague Manal Mahmoud.
Hi, good morning, Manal Mahmoud, MANALLE MAHMOUD.
And Mr. Chair, is Mr. Price's Mr. Price been elevated? Yes, I see him there.
Yep, and hopefully
Mr.
you all
Price,
can hear
can
me.
you please? Yes, sir. Can you please spell and state your name for the record and your relationship, sir?
Sure thing. My name is Jaron Price, spelled Gerren. Last name Price, PRICE, and I am the president and CEO of the Downtown DC Business Improvement District.
Good morning, sir. Good morning.
Good
Good morning,
morning,
everyone. This is a fact. Good morning. This is a fact-finding hearing, and the reason why we're having a fact-finding hearing is that on or around October 8th, 2022, the Downtown DC bid held what we consider an illegal event at the Franklin Park, where the bid sponsored a beer garden. ABRA's Enforcement Division investigated resulted in a case report, and the board subsequently issued a cease and desist order. And so, as you're aware, Mr. O'Brien, this is just a fact-finding hearing. We are trying to gather some information. The board has not made any final determination outside the fact that we did issue a cease and desist order regarding that event. I know that there is some, it's unclear because the board also issued, there is a licensee in that space, the Springs. And so part of what was going on at the time was the event that was occurring in the park. Was it an event that the licensee, the Springs, was it their event? And it appeared that it was not their event. And so there's also confusion about who has jurisdiction over this area. Is it ABC board? Is it the Park Service? And so that's why we're just trying to get some understanding about where we are. I know that Mr. Price was involved previously when we had a fact-finding hearing regarding granting a license to the Springs. And so because we did have a fact-finding hearing, and I know that he participated, and so we're just trying to get some clarification. So what we're going to do is that we're going to have Mr. Puente bring us up to speed where we are. Once Mr. Puente has given his report, the board is empowered to ask questions of Mr. Puente. And then Mr. O'Brien, on behalf of your client, you can also ask questions of Mr. Puente. And if you elect for Mr. Price to testify, then the board would ask him some questions. And at the end of the hearing, again, as I said, it's a fact-finding hearing. We're gathering information. At fact-finding hearings, these are informal proceedings. No one is sworn in, and the board is not empowered to order parties to take any specific action at fact-finding hearings. But the licensee can volunteer to take certain actions, which are binding if they volunteer. But again, the board cannot order any specific action. So let's start off with Mr. Puente. Mr. Puente, I would just like you to, if there's a report, just share with us, how did we get to having a fact-finding hearing this morning, sir?
Yes, sir. So on Saturday, October 8th, 2022, ABRA received an e-complaint regarding an alcoholic event occurring inside of Franklin Park for that weekend. At approximately 4 p.m., I went out to the park to observe. I observed a large setup occurring in the park. There was a fenced off beer garden. They had security guards. There was an entertainment stage. I observed a table selling tickets for the alcohol. I observed City State Brewing kegs inside of the beer garden, as well as another company called District Daiquiri making frozen daiquiris with spirits. There was a sign outside the beer garden that said Liberation Garden. It advertised 1 drink ticket for $10. You can get 5 tickets for $40. They had various different brands of beer, as well as the frozen margaritas that are being advertised. I shortly made contact with Latasha Steger, employee of the bid. She advised me that the bid had a contract with the National Park Service to distribute and sell alcoholic beverages. I advised her that I believe the bid still had to obtain a license from ABRA regarding that. She advised me that they didn't need to. As long as they had an ABC manager on site, they were good to go. Ms. Steger showed me the contract that the bid had with the National Park Service. I still advised her that I still believe that you still had to come to ABRA, at least get a 1-day license with that, and I would confer with my supervisor. I checked our system. We didn't observe any 1-day licenses or any catering licenses on site. I shortly made contact with the owner of City State Brewing, James Warner, who advised me that he was informed that the bid had a contract with the National Park Service, so they didn't need to go get any licenses from us or anything. I then made contact with Lieutenant Timothy Van Dyke from the U.S. Park Police. He was in charge. He's in charge of special operations events for the National Park Service, and he advised me that he didn't see any special permits being issued for Saturday, October 8th. But he also stated that that the National Park Service has informed the bid on numerous occasions that they cannot sell tickets on day of any events where alcohol was being consumed and distributed. All tickets had to be sold prior to the event. And after conferring with National Park Service several times, National Park Service believed that the contract was with the bid to host events and that they still had to obtain at least permitting, the proper permits. We went back the next day on Sunday, October 9th. They had a caterer there the next day selling alcohol for the event. So that's where we are, sir.
Thank you. Any board members have any questions of Mr. Puente?
Mr. Chair, I have a question.
Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Investigator Puente, you stated, if I heard you correctly, that they were told, they being the persons who were having this event on October the 10th, that they needed what from ABRA, or did they need anything from ABRA at all?
Ms. Steger, who works for the bid, said that they had a contract with National Park Service, so they didn't need to go through ABRA to get any licensing for any events that they held at the park.
To your knowledge, was that true or false?
From what my understanding was, with talking with the park police, that they still would have to come to us to at least get a one-day license or have a licensed caterer on site.
And the park police have jurisdiction over this property, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And they didn't get permission from the park police to do this, is that correct?
No, speaking with Lieutenant Van Dyke, he said the contract is a broad contract and it's allow them to hold events, but they still would have to get permitting to have alcohol.
Did they have permitting?
He said that weekend he didn't see any special permits being issued for Franklin Park.
Did you question the persons having the event if they had a contract?
Yeah,
or had any permits?
yes, sir. She showed me the contract on her telephone, on her cell phone.
Did you ask about permits?
Yes, she said they didn't need any because they have the contract.
Did you inform them that they were wrong?
Yes, I told her I believe you still had to apply for a one-day license with this DC government to hold any events.
What occurred after that?
So I went back, spoke with my supervisor. We notified Park Police, spoke with Lieutenant Van Dyke. Lieutenant Van Dyke sent some guys, his officers out there. They decided to let the event operate on that Saturday because it was almost ending. Then they went back on Sunday. When they went on Sunday, Park Police observed a caterer that was there doing alcohol.
Okay, what happened at that point?
The Park Police was satisfied since there was a caterer on site providing the alcohol.
Was there any further actions taken by ABRA?
No. I wrote the case report, then the cease and desist was issued.
Why was the cease and desist issued?
Because it appears no one-day license was filed with our office for the event.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions of Mr. Puente by the board members?
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. Investigator, did you submit with your testimony today a copy of that contract between the Park Service and the bid?
Yes, sir, I did.
And did you say you did review that contract?
Yes, sir.
And did you see any sections in there that related to the sale or consumption of alcohol?
Yes, sir, I did.
Can you put that up on the screen? Can you
Yes,
share
sir.
that with us?
Yes, I can. Give me 1 second. Do you see my screen, sir?
Yes, yes.
Okay, I just gotta
Thank
find
you.
this section. right, so here, number 6, upon application by the bid and foundation, will issue special use permits when appropriate for planned events and activities occurring on MPS sites. At the discretion of the superintendent, application fees may be waived. Approval of annual work plan will serve as the issuance of special use permits for all events and activities conducted by partners in the Franklin Park. The sale or service of alcoholic beverages is permitted for activities and events in the Franklin Park approved in the annual work plan and otherwise in accordance with the NPS regulations.
So from your knowledge of reading that paragraph, how do you interpret it in regards to being able to sell alcoholic beverages on the park?
As long as if there's a filed annual work plan with the National Park Services, that they're good to go.
So if they have an annual work plan filed with the Park Service, they do not need to comply with DC law requiring a permit from ABRA or one-day permit?
I'm not sure, sir. I can't answer that.
Any other area of this contract that addresses events or the sale or provision regarding alcoholic beverages?
No, just this little section.
Is there any discussion in this contract regarding that they have to comply with DC laws or required permits and other type of licenses?
I didn't see nothing in this.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Point. Any other questions by any of the board members? Mr. O'Brien, any questions of Mr. Point? I have several questions for the bid, and I'm not sure if Mr. Price will testify, or maybe you can answer these questions on behalf of the bid. But do you have any questions of Mr. Puente, sir?
Yes, I do. Investigator Puente, staying where you are on paragraph 6, page 5 of the contract that was furnished to you by the representative of downtown bid. Are you still there?
Yes, sir, I am.
Okay. It says that alcoholic beverages, and I'm reading at the bottom, for events and activities and events in Franklin Park approved by the annual work plan and otherwise in accordance with NPS regulations. There is no mention there, is there, that there has to be compliance with District of Columbia requirements, is there?
Oh, no, I do not see any, sir.
Okay, well then I'm going to ask you to look at your case report on page 2. The second paragraph begins with a sentence. Investigator Puente reviewed the contract, and it states that the bid has an agreement with the National Park Service to hold alcohol events, but still needed to go through the proper permitting process with the National Park Service and District of Columbia. Where in this contract does it say that the bid has to go through a process with the District of Columbia?
Not in the contract, sir. When I spoke with Lieutenant Van Dyke in charge of special events, he advised me that the bid still has to follow all permitting processes.
Well, are you saying Lieutenant Van Dyke told you that
Yes,
the
sir,
District of Columbia requirements have to be satisfied in addition to National Park Service requirements?
Yes, sir. Since the National Park Service, since when he did a search, he didn't see any special permit issued. So he believed, after confirming with him, that they would have to obtain something from DC government.
Okay, but you would agree that the first sentence which I just read to you was incorrect, in that there is nothing in the contract that says that District of Columbia requirements have to be complied with. Would you agree with that?
Yeah, I'll say it's correct. Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, going back to section 6, again, no mention there either of District of Columbia requirements, but it says that if something is approved, if it's in the annual work plan, it's approved. Now, did you investigate to determine whether the annual work plan encompassed this event?
Yes, sir. I asked Park Police. They couldn't provide that to me.
Did you ever talk to anybody at NPS other than Lieutenant Van Dyke about this?
I reached out to someone. I believe I got an email, but after that, there was no further communication.
But you talked to Lieutenant Van Dyke several times, did you not?
Yes, sir.
And did you not perceive in your conversations with him a degree of irritation with and animosity toward the bid?
From the Park Police?
From Lieutenant Van Dyke, personally.
Yeah, he said the Park Police has been having issues with the events in the park, with the selling of alcohol and some other things.
Okay. So he before this happened, he had a problem with the downtown bid. Is that correct in your perception?
Yes, sir. That's what it sounded like.
Okay. Now, Lieutenant Van Dyke told you he couldn't find a permit. You asked Lieutenant Van Dyke about the annual work plan and he didn't know about it? Or what was his response?
I believe at the time, because when I called him, he was sleeping because he was coming in at midnight. So he had to check, but I never heard back after that regarding the annual work plan.
All right. Well, would you agree that if this event was approved on the annual work plan, that the whole premise of your report is incorrect?
Yeah, I would say so, sir. Yes.
Okay. May we elevate a document, please?
What document you're asking to be elevated? You're asking him to.
No. I want to elevate.
All right, go ahead. Go ahead, Mr. I mean, Mr. O'Brien. And I'm not trying to interfere with your questioning of Mr. Puente, but this is a little bit different type of case, and that's why we're having a fact finding. As you are aware, there's a special relationship between Franklin Park and the Franklin Square Park and the district. That is my understanding, and that was presented earlier, I think, when we granted the license to the Springs, that the district had spent a significant amount of money to renovate the park. And I'm not quite sure of the relationship between the district and the Park Service, who owns the land, whether or not it's DC, because I know that DC, the District of Columbia, spent a significant amount of money to renovate the park, and which belongs to the National Park Service. And so, based on a previous hearing that we had, when all of this was laid out to us, at least in another licensing matter, that Mr. Price, who came to the board and testified. And so we're just trying to find out whether or not we have jurisdiction over this area. So if it's clear that we don't have jurisdiction, then we don't have jurisdiction. But it's based on a presentation that was made to us. That's why that's one of the reasons why we're trying to find out whether or not this is an area that we have jurisdiction over, or the bid can continue having can have events at the park. I'm sorry, at the Franklin Square Park, and then we're not involved. It has to be clear if the licensee, and I don't know if there's still a relationship, because we did grant a license to the Springs, who is having this event, and I don't know. So that's one of the reasons why we're trying to find out exactly what's the relationship with the district, with ABRA and the Park Service and the bid, and that's what we're trying. So you can go ahead and ask your question, sir, but I'm just saying is that these are some of the questions that the board needs answers to, okay? All right, go ahead, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that guidance. And I'm going to address exactly what I believe the board is concerned with. But since we have on the screen a copy of the first page of the annual work plan for Franklin Park pursuant to the contract provision that Mr. Price read. I'd ask you to scroll down 7 items to where we have highlighted. Reading Rock the Park at various locations. Franklin Park starts October 7, ends October 10. Now, Mr. Price, if needed, will confirm that this is an accurate copy of the annual work plan. And if we go all the way to the right, and I realize this is very faint, but the note reads, tent will be erected for the beer garden on the west lawn. And it goes on for other things. So this is the annual work plan. It explicitly identifies that there's going to be a beer garden. And I appreciate Investigator Puente's candor and forthrightness. He was fed bad information, I think, by Lieutenant Van Dyke, and we can go further into that if we need to. But this was fully authorized by NPS, explicitly authorized by NPS. And there is no requirement anywhere in this contract that permission of the board has to be secured. Now, in answer to your question, could we go to the first page, and we can pull it up also, of the contract? If we would scroll down to the bottom of the first page, and it's going to continue on to the second page. And this is an explicit answer to your question, Mr. Chair. The National Mall and Memorial Parks, NAMA, administers more than 1,000 acres of NPS land within the District of Columbia, containing many of the United States' most significant natural and cultural resources. In addition, NAMA contains more than 150 park reservations in the city. Many of these parks establish the character of the neighborhood and are prized by local residents for their green space. Resources include Franklin Park. So the answer to the question that the chair posed is Franklin Park is national park land. The board, with respect, and no judge likes to be told he doesn't have jurisdiction, but the board does not have jurisdiction over a national park. Now, we know there are many events every year held on the National Mall with wine and beer. But I think it's understood by all the National Mall is National Park Service, and the board has no jurisdiction. We can go to other examples. I'd be willing to bet that Chief Short at some point or another has attended a retirement ceremony at the Officers Club at Bolling Air Force Base in the District of Columbia. There's no ABC license there. That's federal property. Events at the Smithsonian. There's no ABC licenses. That's federal property. I want to make it clear, we are not talking today about I forget the name you gave it, of the cafe to be coming in the future. This all happened before I got involved, but it was obvious to me from day one that the board has no jurisdiction over this. I pointed out to Investigator Puente that the contract, contrary to his report, doesn't say anything about complying with laws of the district. But as I read further down in Investigator Fuente's report, I see that's what Lieutenant Van Dyke told him. Now, if Lieutenant Van Dyke thinks that the bid is doing something wrong, that's between the bid and the National Park Service. With respect, the board has no jurisdiction over this at all. The Investigator Puente, who I know is experienced and for whom I have a great deal of respect, was given flat out bad information here. And that's what led to the cease and desist order, which was improvidently granted. And we're asking the board to withdraw it, vacate the order.
Mr. It's fine. You can close the screen, and maybe you or Mr. Price can answer this question. Now, who owns the Franklin? I mean, what's the relationship between the National Park Service and DC over Franklin Square Park? It's my understanding that the District of Columbia, spent over $20 million of DC taxpayers' funds to renovate Franklin Square Park. I know that, and it's public knowledge, the mayor had a great event over there to talk about the renovation. So what is the relationship between the District of Columbia and the National Park Service regarding Franklin Square Park?
The district indeed put money into rehabilitation of the park, but the National Park Service retains administrative control over the park.
And so you're saying that although this special relationship occurs, and that's what I'm trying to find out. So there's no, if you're aware, does the District of Columbia have any ownership or any rights regarding utilization of the space that they spent all this money in renovating?
There is a separate contract between the National Park Service and the District of Columbia. I have reviewed it, and it says nothing at all about District of Columbia government, or specifically the ABC board, having any jurisdiction over events in the park.
But and I know Mr. O'Brien, and you're not involved with that other licensee where the bid and the licensee came to us to apply for a license, to grant a license to another licensee to operate on the space. So it is now, it's baffling that you're saying, and so I don't know why is it that if the District of Columbia has no authority, or the ABC board has no authority, why then would the bid come to us and ask us to give a license to an operator to serve alcohol on land that you're now saying we have no authority to grant a license?
The simple answer, Mr. Chair, is the bid did that before consulting with council. The tenant.
Well, let me say, the bid did that because when we had the hearing, there was counsel here, and Mr. Price was one of the witnesses.
Are you saying counsel for the bid?
I did not say that. What I said was that when we went through the process, there was, and I know that the bid has gone through presidents but one of the reasons why I'm saying Mr. Price, because although Mr. Price was not the head of the bid at the time, he was at the hearing, and so that's why I keep on saying Mr. Price, because I'm familiar with Mr. Price because Mr. Price did testify at the hearing. So that's one of the reasons why. I mean, you are correct. There are the Smithsonian, the mall. There are several properties in DC that are under the exclusive control of the National Park Service, and of course, the ABC board does not have authority to grant licenses. But it's our understanding that what was presented to us it is because of this special relationship with the district and the Park Service in a sense of how the renovation of this park occurred, that some authority was granted to us to issue licenses, are that we have some control over the sale and service of alcohol in the park. And so if that is incorrect, then you need to provide us something in writing to say that this board does not have authority over the sale and service of alcohol at Franklin Square Park.
Something in writing from whom?
Well, from somebody, because
I'll write it. I'll write it.
I'm saying to say that this is purely federal land, similar to the park, similar to the Smithsonian. I'm sorry, similar to what happens at the Smithsonian, what happens to the mall, what happened to any federal property, and that the ABC board or no DC, the ABC board or no other DC entity has jurisdiction over the sale and service of alcohol at Franklin Square Park. Because if there is something in writing saying that, and I don't have in front of me, maybe you can provide us a copy of the contract that the contract between the district and the National Park Service, because clearly there is a contract in the sense that, because I don't think the district would have spent $20 million to renovate a property that they have no control over, because the district
we will provide a copy of that contract to the board's counsel.
All right, and so
all right, but I can represent to you, there's nothing in there that gives the district the authority to impose its laws over events at Franklin Park. Now, I'm sorry that you were led down the wrong path in a previous hearing. I guess everybody just kind of believed or assumed that the board had authority over it. As soon as I got into this, it was apparent to me that the board doesn't. So mistakes that were made previously, or even misrepresentations that were made to the board, cannot operate to change the fact that the board has no jurisdiction over Franklin Park.
Chairman?
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
Thank you. I'd like to get back to the investigator if I could. Could you go to that agreement between the National Park Service that you did display? You don't need to display it again, but could you go to page 4 and read the title of section B?
Responsibilities of the NPS shall.
Yeah, okay. Can you go to the next page and read number 6?
Number 6, upon application by the bid and foundation, issue special use permits when appropriate and for planned events and activities occurring at NPS sites. At the discretion of the superintendent, application fees may be waived. Approval of annual work plan will serve as issuance of special use permits for all events and activities conducted by the partners in Franklin Park. The sale or service of alcoholic beverages is permitted for activities and events in Franklin Park approved in the annual work plan and otherwise in accordance with the NPS regulations.
So, Mr. Parente, in your review of this agreement, is there any mention at all regarding the relationship of this park to the District of Columbia?
No, sir, I did not see any.
So you're not an expert, but your reading of this agreement is simply between NPS and the bid. Is that how you read it?
Yes, sir.
So it may, okay, so thank you very much. This does not address the role the DC government has with alcohol beverages or events, does it?
No, sir, I didn't see any.
Once again, this is simply an agreement between the Park Service and, in this case, the bid.
Yes, sir.
Does this agreement talk about having a security plan?
I didn't see any.
Does this agreement mention having a security detail?
Oh, no, sir, I didn't see any.
Does this agreement address anything about having cameras?
No, sir.
Does this agreement have any discussion at all about the patrons taking alcoholic beverages off the parkland?
No, sir, I didn't see any.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Any other questions by any other board members?
Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Short.
Thank you very much. Investigator Ponte, you are an investigator for ABRA, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you go to any place that sells or services alcohol in the District of Columbia, you have to depend on enforcement by law enforcement, is that correct?
Yes, sir.
So when you're on federal property and a park police official says to you, this isn't what it looks like or what it should be, what is then left up for you to do when that person says that to you?
With it, I would say to investigate and determine has oversight over the event.
And that's what you did, correct?
Yes, sir.
Now, other testimony came about other federal properties where there's sale and service of alcohol, particularly Air Force bases in the Navy Yard in the District of Columbia. To your knowledge, would someone just go to the Bowling Air Force Base and start selling alcohol?
Not to my knowledge. I know there's security and checkpoints, so I could even enter the base if I wanted to.
Okay. And also the Navy Yard on M Street in Southeast Washington, D.C. Can anyone just go there, even on the sidewalk in front of there, and start selling alcohol or servicing it? Because
No, sir. Usually I see armed Marines walking around with checking people and stopping people if need be.
So since there are no armed persons walking around Franklin Square, when you say a park police lieutenant with a gun on his side and the authority to arrest persons or to keep order, who do you listen to, the park police, or do you listen to someone else?
The park police.
Is that what you did?
Yes, sir.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions by the board members? Mr. O'Brien, I get your point, Mr. O'Brien. I know where the board members I don't necessarily disagree with. Go ahead, Mr. O'Brien.
Investigator Puente, you went to the person that was available to you at the Park Service, Lieutenant Van Dyke.
Yeah,
and
so
it
I
turned
called.
out he gave you bad information, didn't he?
I didn't go to him initially. I initially called the park police main police number, got the lieutenant of that area or the commander, who then put me in touch with Lieutenant Van Dyke of Special Operations.
Okay, but it's Van Dyke who told you that District of Columbia laws apply.
Yes, sir. Because on Sunday, the next day, Supervisor Peru went out there, met with them, and he said ABRA had the authority with alcohol.
Okay. Who said that? Van Dyke.
Yes.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if Van Dyke might have been one of his other guys, but Supervisor Peru spoke with him on Sunday.
And it was Van Dyke who told you there was no permit.
No, so it was Commander Matatula.
Who told you there was no permit?
Who told Supervisor Peru that ABRA had the authority.
No, my question is about Van Dyke told you, and you reported that there was no permit for this event.
Yes, sir.
You now know, having seen the annual work plan, that in fact there was a permit, correct?
Yes, under the annual work plan.
Yeah, so you were given bad information, were you not?
I wouldn't say bad information. I would say that maybe the DC government and park police needs to sit this all down and figure out who and who has the alcohol authority.
Okay. Now, Chief Short asked you questions about, for instance, alcohol sales elsewhere. Suppose you happen to be on the mall for some reason, since it's not within your jurisdiction, and somebody told you, even the police told you, the park police, that there was an unlicensed unpermitted alcohol operation going on. That's still not your jurisdiction, is it?
No, that's National Mall. That's Park Police.
All right, so you'd have to tell park police, I can't help you, correct?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Mr. O'Brien, and as I stated before, ABRA was doing enforcement activities at Franklin Square Park based on information that was provided to us, where we were informed that we had authority to do enforcement action over Franklin Square Park. And so what I've asked you to do is to provide us with any contract that was signed between the district and the Park Service.
Which we will do.
And whether or not the District of Columbia has the District of Columbia, AKA ABRA, has any enforcement activities regarding the sale and service of alcohol on Franklin Square Park. If this was a purely federal park, you are correct. The district has no authority, and ABRA has no authority over the sale and service of alcohol at a strictly that's strictly federal property. Mr. O'Brien, and I'm not sure, I'll ask you this question and to say, are you familiar with 36 CFR 5.2A, which discusses alcohol sales and states it must conform with all applicable federal, state, and local laws and regulations? And if you are, how does it impact your argument? I don't know if you're familiar with that provision.
I understand CFR's code of federal regulations. I'm not familiar with that provision.
So can you, in whatever you provide, maybe you can also look at that 36 CFR 5.2A and to see how does that impact what goes on in Franklin Square Park. As I said before, you are correct. We were informed that we had, based on the relationship with the District of Columbia and Franklin Square Park, and so we were told that we had authority. And that's one of the reasons why we were involved. And so if we do not have authority, if it's determined that we do not have legal authority to do enforcement actions over Franklin Square Park, of course, the board will vote to remove the cease and desist, and we will move on. And I suppose then the board, although the board issued a license for another licensee to operate on that and on that property, and then the board then needs to revisit that issue to see if we even have any authority to issue a license for the sale and service of alcohol on what's considered purely park service land. Okay, all right.
Yes,
so,
sir.
Chairman, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Mr. Grandis.
When it's appropriate, I have some questions for Mr. O'Brien.
I'm ending the hearing, sir. So if you have a question now, ask the question because I'm ending the hearing.
Thank you, Mr. O'Brien.
Yes, sir.
It's a pleasure to see you today. So this agreement that you are highlighting to us, it's somewhat like a landlord-tenant situation, wouldn't it be? Because the Park Service is not relinquishing the ownership of that land to the bid, correct?
Absolutely correct.
So therefore, the Park Service is basically the landlord for that property, correct?
Correct.
And therefore, this agreement really speaks to the relationship between the bid and the National Park Service regarding events on that parcel.
Correct.
So in a situation where a landlord has given a lease in the district to a tenant, a commercial tenant, that agreement does not give, the landlord does not have the legal authority to say, you just come to me and tell me what events you're having on my property, and you don't need to deal with the district, correct? Let's move forward. Let's move forward. The point I'm trying to make, sir, is that I think that there is, of course, confusion here, but the reality is that when the bid went to negotiate with the National Park Service, as it should have done, it reached an agreement about what activities that the landlord was going to allow this tenant to have, which did include alcoholic beverages. But as you know, with most of your clients that have ABC licenses, all the leases have to have in it a provision that that tenant has a right to sell alcoholic beverages as granted by DC, the ABRA agency, correct?
In a commercial landlord and tenant lease,
yes,
I would expect to see that a clause that the tenant shall comply with all requirements of local law, including an ABC license if alcoholic beverages are served. In a commercial landlord and tenant arrangement, I would expect to see that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And therefore, what we really have here is an agreement between a landlord and a tenant about the use of a parcel of land. But it does not give them an exemption to permits and licenses and other types of endorsements that may be required.
With respect, I think you're comparing apples and oranges. This is not a commercial tenant. This is the United States government. And the fundamental problem here is the power to grant a license is the power to deny a license. And the National Park Service is not going to put itself in a position where the DC ABC board can say, no, you can't use the park for this purpose.
Again, this is simply an agreement between the downtown bid and the federal government to have access to Park Service land. Correct?
If I could just add one thing here, because I want to clarify just a little bit.
Hold on, Mr. Pierce, Mr. Price, hold on.
Sure. Yeah.
You're being represented by counsel, and because you're being represented by counsel, you need to have a conversation with Mr. O'Brien about what you're about to say. He needs to know what you're saying before I'm going to allow you to speak, just to protect the attorney.
I have confidence in Mr. Price. He certainly may speak.
So I'm going to
O'Brien, you can't say. Hold on, Mr. Grandis. Hold on.
I understand. And I appreciate the warning, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Mr. Price.
I certainly appreciate you, Chairman, for looking out for me here. And I just wanted to offer one piece of clarity, because I think this comparison is a difficult one to try to draw, because it's certainly not a commercial landlord-tenant agreement. This is a very unique relationship that exists, where the bid is not just a tenant, but we are actually an operator of this park. We are contributing more than $1 million per year to staff, to operate, to fund the maintenance and upkeep of the space. So it's a very different kind of relationship. And so I just wanted to clarify that one element, but I'll defer back to you, Mr. O'Brien, as far as where we go. But I just wanted to clarify, we're not just a tenant using the space. We are maintaining and operating the park.
Mr. Chairman, I'm done. Thank you very much. Mr. O'Brien, thank you for your comments.
Thank you, Mr. Grant. To end this hearing, and I think, let me put some clarity here, okay? I don't care about the contract between the bid and the National Park Service. The larger issue, whether or not this is district land or is it federal land, because we all know the District of Columbia, and there are lands in the District of Columbia that are clearly federal lands that the District of Columbia government doesn't have jurisdiction over. We were led to believe that the District of Columbia and aka the ABC board, has jurisdiction over the sale and service of alcohol at Franklin Square Park. If there is some agreement that says that this is purely federal land, that the District of Columbia, aka the ABC board, does not have jurisdiction over the sale and service of alcohol on a purely federal land, then this matter is over. And that's all I've asked. Provide us a contract between the National Park Service and the district so we can clearly articulate whether or not this is a property that the District of Columbia and therefore the ABC board has jurisdiction to take enforcement action. Okay? And that's all. That was the purpose of this hearing, to get clarification. Once that's provided, you'll provide that to our lawyer. Our lawyer and the board will make a determination, and we will take whatever further action we will, with regarding the operation, the sale and service of alcohol at the National Park Service over at Franklin Square Park. Okay? All right. Thank you very much, Mr. O'Brien, for your presentation today. Thank you very much, Mr. Puente. Mr. Price, thank you for being here. If you have any further comments you want to make, Mr. O'Brien, before I end the hearing, I'll give you the last word.
I'll leave the last word with you, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you very much. Have a great day. Thank you for being here today, and have a great day. All right.
Thanks.
Thanks a lot. Take care.
All right. All right. Well, let's move on to our agenda before we break. So let's move to our I'm sorry, that was the end of our morning calendar. Want to make sure, that was the end of our morning calendar. So now let's do our agenda. The first matter on our agenda let's do our legal agenda. The first matter on our legal agenda is a review of a settlement agreement dated December 7th, 2022, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2F and Planta Cochina, license number 122899. I make a motion that we approve the settlement agreement. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review of a settlement agreement dated December 29th, 2022, by and between Advisory Commission 4D and Library Tavern, license number 105058. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 3, review of a settlement agreement dated January 16th, 2023, by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2E, the Citizens Association of Georgetown, and Man, license number 123231. I make a motion that we approve the agreement. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 4, review of a settlement agreement dated January 19th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 6E and Takira Rustic Sierra, ROSTICERIA Fresca, license number 104296. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett
Ed Grandis will
seconds.
second.
Ms. Crockett and Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 5, review of an amendment to settlement agreement dated January 22nd, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 3B and the Good Guys Restaurant, license number 000899. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 6, review of a second amendment to settlement agreement dated January 12th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 2B and Public Bar, license number 081238. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis to second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 7, review of the First Amendment to Settlement Agreement dated January 19th, 2023 by and between Advisory Neighborhood Commission 1B and Cloak and Dagger, license number 098733. I make a motion that we approve this agreement. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 8, review of request for reconsideration of rejected protests dated January 8th, 2023. This is Toro Bar, license number 092074. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 9, review of request for consent motion to consolidate protest hearings dated January 13th, 2023. This is for case number 22 PRO 000138 and case number 22, PRO 00142. Rosemarino d'Italia, license number 109613. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 10, review of request to reinstate dismissed renewal application. Application was dismissed on January 11th, 2023 pursuant to board order number 2023-006. This is 600T, license number 100515. I make a motion that we deny this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 11, review of opposition to request to reinstate dismiss renewal application from Craig Kujawa, Kujawa, dated January 17th, 2023. This is 600T, license number 100515. This matter is now moot. Number 12, review of applicant's motion to dismiss protest abutting property owners dated January 18th, 2023 in case number 22 PRO 00115. This is Twale, Tawle, license number 122616. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I disagree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passes 5-1. Number 13, review of protestants' motion, response to motion to this protest abutting property owners dated January 18th, 2023 in case number 22 PRO 00115, Twale, license number 122616. This matter is now moot. Number 14, review of request for off-site storage permit of books and records dated December 13th, 2022. This is for the Italian Bar, license number 119392. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 15, review of request from Advisory Neighborhood Commission, IC, for 1C for extension of the Adams Morgan moratorium zone dated January 7th, 2023. The existing moratorium expires February 6th, 2023. This is an FYI for the board. Number 16, review of the medical marijuana notice of 8th emergency and proposed rulemaking. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ed Grandis will second. Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing agenda. The first matter on our licensing agenda is a review request for a nonprofit corporation auction permit in order to auction off donated alcoholic beverage products in the Heart's Delight auction event to be held at the Waldorf Astoria, Washington, D.C. on May 19th, 2023 from 6:30 p.m. to 11 p.m. and on May 7th, 2023 from 4 p.m. to 11 p.m. It's the American Heart Association license number 23 auction-00001. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Grandis and I agree. The matter passed 6-0. Number 2, review request to renew storage facility permit originally issued March 13th, 2012, and most recently renewed on February 2nd, 2022, for a facility located at 4221 Connecticut Avenue Northwest, Suite E. This is from Domain DC. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 3, review request for approval to extend the temporary closure and renovation originally approved on March 16th, 2022. This is for Organic Wellness, license number 117371. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We'll now move to our supplemental license agenda. The first matter on our supplemental licensing agenda is a review application for change of hours. This is for W&S Liquor and Deli, license number 122985. I make a motion that we placard this matter. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
Mr. Anderson agrees. The matter passed 6-0-0. Number 2, review request for an auction permit for an online and in-person Salute to the Parks nonprofit event to be held on Wednesday, March 29th, 2023. This is for the National Parks Conservation Association. I make a motion that we approve this request. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0-0. We now move to the board's temporary one-day substantial change docket. There are 17 applications on this docket. I'm going to review the names, all 17 names, the type of license that's been requested, the date of the event, the license number. Excuse me, at the end of the list, I'll make a motion that ABC Board grants these licenses and grants the license. So the first one is a request from Laura H. J.I. This is for one-day license class F. This is for wedding on February the 18th, 2023. The license number is 123791. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 2, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F. For the Sixth and I Synagogue, date of event, January 26, 2023. The license number is 123758, 350 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 3, a request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F. For the Sixth and I Synagogue, this is February 8th, 2023. License number is 123757, 350 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 4, another request from Lana Mahmoud, a one-day license class F, 69 Synagogue. The date is February 16th, 2023. The license number is 123756, 350 attendees, 5 security guards. Number 5, a request from Sheridan S. Small, a one-day license class F, film festival with movies about architecture and designs panel discussion. January 28th, 2023, the license number is 123733, 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 7, a request from Emily Cruz, a one-day license class F. Dance Place, this is on January 27th and January 28th, 2023. The license number is 123812. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Another request from Emily Cruz, 1-day license class G. This is Dan's Place, February 2nd and February 10th and February 11th, 2023. The license number is 123813. 150 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 8, a request from Sheridan S. Small, a 1-day license class G. Film Festival with movies with Architecture and Designs panel discussion. This is January 27th, 2023. The license number is 123734. 300 attendees, 6 security guards. Number 9, a request from Joseph Albanese, 1-day license class G. A wedding on May 19th, 2023. The license number is 123744. 425 attendees, 3 security guards. Number 10, a request from Casey, K-A-C-E-Y, Leggett, L-E-G-E-Y-T, a 1-day license class G, wedding on March 4th, 2023. The license number is 123714, 175 attendees, 4 security guards. Number 11, a request from DC Brow Brewing LLC, 1-day substantial change, private event, February 10th, 2023. Change to extend hours for indoor private rental event with ticket admissions. License number is 085083. Substantial change is 23 SC license 00522. 76 attendees, 2 security guards, and enforcement will monitor this event. Number 12, a request from Regmo Holding Company. This is for pub crawl, R&B bar crawl for 1,000 participants. This is a bar crawl on June 17th, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license number is 23 PCE 00002. Number 13, another request from Regmo Promo Holdings Inc., a pub crawl, the hip hop bar crawl. They're asking for 1,000 participants. The hip hop bar crawl is July 15th, 2023. The license number is 104072. The substantial change license number is 23 PCE 00004. Number 14, a request from Entertainment Factor LLC, a pub crawl, the Lucky St. Patrick's Day crawl. Excuse me, 1,000 participants. This is the Lucky St. Patrick's Day crawl. This is on March 17th, 2023. The license number is 121481. Substantial change license is 23 PCE 00003. Number 15, Entertainment Factory LLC. This is a pub crawl, the Lucky St. Patrick's Day crawl. This is on March 18th, 2023. The license number is 121481. Substantial change license 23 PCE 00005. Number 16, Cotton and Reed LLC, 1-day substantial change. This was a birthday party on January 20th, 2023. The license number was 099505. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00514. 60 attendees. There were 60 attendees and 3 security guards. And number 17, there was a request from Urban Roast District Eats the Hound, 1-day substantial change. It's the holiday party on January 20th, 2023. The nature of this substantial change to have entertainment endorsement and DJ. The license number is 115513. The substantial change license is 23 SC 00516. There was 150 attendees, 3 security guards. I make a motion that ABC board grants the license. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett has seconded the motion. Will now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bob Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6 5-0. We now move to the licensing administrative docket. This docket is the final docket where the ABC board will grant the actual issuance of the license. So this is the final action in the issuance of the license. There are 18 applicants on this agenda. I will list the names, the class category, and the change that's being requested so the license can be issued. So the first applicant is DNA Lounge, license number 117571, a Retailer C Tavern, trade name change application. The new name is DNA Social House. Number 2, Russia House, license number 080952, Retailer C Restaurant, the trade name change application. The new name is now Brine, B-R-I-N-E. Number 3, CH Management Corporation, license number 105025, Pub Crawl license application. Number 4, Shipped, SHIPT, license number 22 LAP 00000-01464, third-party delivery license application. Number 5, Sweet Kitchen, license number 121816, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 7, Kraken Krauts LLC, trade name to be determined. Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 7, Taco City DC, license number 123763, Retailer C Restaurant transfer with sale application. Number 8, Imperial Wine and Spirits, license number 074960, Retailer A Liquor Store stock transfer application. Number 9, GoPuff, license number 119110, Retailer A Internet transfer without sale application. Number 10, International Square Virtual Market LLC, One Market LLC, trade name to be determined, license number 122386, Retailer A Liquor Store, new ABC license application. Number 11, Pearl, P-U-R-L, license number 122783, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 12, Mezcalon, M-E-Z-C-A-L-E-R-O, La Cochita, C-O-S-E-C-H-A, license number 121201, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. Number 13, Howard Theater, license number 123697, Retailer C Multipurpose Facility, transfer of ownership application. Number 14, T&D Entertainment, license number 123715, Caterers License, new ABC license application. Number 15, Baron Wines USA, license number 122990, Retailer A Internet, new ABC license application. Number 16, Posh Lounge, license number 123209, Retailer C Tavern, new ABC license application. Number 17, Don Jaime, license number 021925, Retailer C Tavern, stock transfer application. Number 18, Maman, M-A-M-A-N, license number 123233, Retailer C Restaurant, new ABC license application. I therefore make a motion that the ABC board approves these requests. Is there a second?
Ms. Crockett seconds.
Ms. Crockett.
You're on mute, Mr. Chair. I can't hear
You're
you.
not on mute, but we can't hear you.
Can you hear me?
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Do you know when was the last time you do you know when was the last thing you heard on my I've switched off my laptop.
You were calling for the vote, Mr. Chair. You already called me.
Call for the vote. I had seconded and you were ready to call for the roll call.
Okay, fine. All right. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. We now move to our licensing and another licensing administrative docket. This is for a street tree endorsement, and the one licensee on this list is City Sliders, license number 117354. It's a retail C restaurant street re-endorsement application. I make a motion that ABC Board grants this application their second.
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short, I second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Edward Grandis, I agree.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. The matter passed 6-0. All right, we're now done for our morning calendar, our afternoon calendar. The ABC board, I'll ask all board members, we can take a lunch break, and I'll now ask all board members for us to log back onto executive session at 1:15 this afternoon, and I will alert the public that we will log back on at 1:30 for our public hearing. So lunch until 1:15, we're executive session, and then we will log back on our public hearing at 1:30. Have a great afternoon, and I will see you in executive session at 1:15. Thank you. All right, bye-bye. Good afternoon, everyone. We're back in the record. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the afternoon session of the ABC Board. My name is Donovan Anderson. I'm chairman of the board. Joining me this afternoon are 5 other board members, Mr. James Short, Ms. Rafi Crockett, Mr. Bobby Cato, Ms. Jenny Henson, and Mr. Edward Grandis. The board has 6 members in attendance for the conduct of business, and that constitutes a quorum. Before we get underway with this afternoon's calendar, I need to make a few instructions very clear so that the conduct of these hearings is understood by everyone. There are actually 3 cases that are scheduled for this afternoon's calendar. Once your case is called, I will take a moment for IT specialists to elevate the rights for each party to enable their camera and microphone. Then and only then will you have the ability to enable your equipment. If your case is not being heard, you will remain mute and your camera will be disabled. At the conclusion of each case, the parties will have the option to leave. If the party chooses to stay, all cameras and microphones for the concluded case will be disabled. Should you have any questions or require technical assistance during the hearing, please submit them using the question and answer feature. So I'm going to go on our calendar a little bit out of order. I'm going to call a protest hearing case number 22 PRO 00101, Nelly's Restaurant and Sports Bar, license number 75240. This case has been continued to February 8th, 2023 at 1:30 p.m. And we have a series of fact-finding hearing, and the first fact-finding hearing that we're going to call is case number 22-251-00034, Ultra Bar Chroma, license number 74767. Mr. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of the licensee's attorney, I think is Mr. Klein, and I think there's an Officer Beck, Ms. Plates, who is the witness for the agency's investigator.
Apologies, I was on mute. Everyone has been elevated.
All right, thank you very much, sir. If you have a camera, can you please turn your cameras on, please? All right. Mr. Klein, can you please state your name for the record, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein, A-N-D-R-E-W, Klein, K-L-I-N-E, attorney for the licensee.
And I think that is the licensee, Mr. Marmuth. Mr. Marmuth, can you please spell and state your name for the record, please? You're on mute, sir.
I apologize. My first name is Demetrius, D-I-M-I-T-R-I-O-S. My last name is Marmaras, M-A-R-M-A-R-A-S.
What's your relationship to the establishment, sir?
I'm one of the owners, sir.
Good afternoon, sir. Officer Beck, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, I'm Officer Nicole Beck. Nicole spelled N-I-C-O-L-E, Beck spelled B-E-C-K, Officer of the Metropolitan Police Department.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Good afternoon.
Ms. Plates, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes, Investigator Vanessa Plates with ABRA, V-A-N-E-S-S-A. Last name is P-L-E-I-T-E-Z.
Good afternoon, ma'am. All right, This is a fact-finding hearing, and let me just set the background. It's from it's my understanding that a patron entered the establishment, the premises with a firearm. After searched by security, the respondent, this is what ABRA is stating, that the respondent failed to provide security footage and the establishment lacks an adequate security plan. Security cameras did not catch entrance or patron search. And so that's where we are. This is a fact-finding hearing, and for a fact-finding hearing, folks are not sworn. We are just gathering facts. The board has not made any determination what the next steps, if any, are. What the board can do in once we have had this hearing today, we can determine that no further action is required, or we can submit this to the Office of Attorney General for them to make a determination whether or not any violations of our laws have been violated. And during a fact-finding hearing, as you're aware, Mr. Klein, the board cannot legally order the applicant to take any specific action, although the applicant can volunteer to take certain action which is binding on them, but the board cannot order them to do that. And so basically, as I stated before, we're just trying to gather information. And so what I'm going to do, we'll start off by having the investigator plaintiff, she can give a report, and then I'll have Officer Beck, she can add if there's something that she needs to add. And then on behalf of your client, Mr. Klein, you can respond and let us know how you're going to respond. Any questions by anyone before we start? All right. Ms. Plaintiff, can you just tell us why we're here, ma'am, from your perspective?
Of course. So on Saturday, November 26th, ABRA received a hotline call from Officer or Sergeant Darnell Bennett stating that a gentleman was escorted out of Ultra Bar located at 911 F Street Northwest and was found in possession of a handgun. I arrived into the establishment approximately 1:25 a.m. and met with Sergeant Benton, who informed me that the head of security, Mr. Galen Epps, advised officers that a male patron was escorted out of the establishment and found in possession of a handgun. The patron advised Sergeant Bennett that he had a concealed carry permit in DC, and Sergeant Bennett was in the process of verifying that information. While on scene, I did complete a regulatory inspection and spoke with the head of security, Mr. Epps. Mr. Epps stated that, oh, I'm sorry. I asked Mr. Epps if they had footage of the security when they checked the patron entering the establishment and footage from the inside of the establishment where the patron was, which I believe it was the third floor. Mr. Epps stated that the camera in front of the establishment did not cover the area where the male patron was allegedly searched. Mr. Epps stated that he was searched by security. However, he was unsure if he was properly searched because some patrons wear belts with metal buckles, and that's where the weapon may have been placed. Mr. Epps stated that he would email me the incident reports and footage by December 1st, 2022. At that point, I exited the establishment. I did verify with Sergeant Benton, who stated that the gentleman who was arrested, the patron, he did not have a conceal and carry weapon permit in the District of Columbia. So on December 1st, I did receive camera footage, but like Mr. Epps stated, the search was not on the camera that was provided to us. You can see the patron entering the establishment, but you cannot see when the patron was searched. Mr. Epps that night did advise me that they had moved the line back because there's another establishment on that block and they blocked the entrance. So they moved the line back, and that's why it wasn't covered in the camera footage. I emailed Mr. Epps requesting the remainder of the footage of the patron inside of the establishment on the December 5th and then again on December 7th, but I did not receive an email back from him. On December 7th at like 3:50 p.m., I did receive a call by Mr. Demetrius Mormon. Mr. Mormon stated that he was currently in contact with the tech company that handles his camera system because he was unable to retrieve the footage of the inside of the establishment. Mr. Mormon stated that someone in his staff discovered that the system was offline and that he would contact his tech company, which was Meztech, and that he would get back to me. So on Thursday, December 8th, Mr. Mormon gave me a call back with the representative from the tech company, which his name was Mike. And Mike explained that the footage was offline for a couple of days and that they would essentially need a new system, a new hard drive. And at that time, they only have footage for 5 days prior to the phone call.
Oh, that's it?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah. So then on December 9th, I also reviewed the security plan. And in the security plan, it does say that, let me see, give me 1 second. I'm sorry. So the security plan says when additional security screening is required, the screening pat down should take place immediately inside of the doorman's position. But yeah, at this point, that's all I have.
So you're saying we never got footage from the establishment that covers the incident, is that correct?
Not the inside, no.
Okay, fine, fine. I'm gonna have Officer Beck. Is there anything you want to add to this incident, ma'am?
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, ma'am.
Wonderful. I guess the only thing I'd like to add is that the firearm, which was a Canik TP9, was recovered from the right waistband area, and it was inside of a holster. So it should have been pretty clear to pat down and be able to feel if it had been in that location when he entered the establishment.
All right, thank you, ma'am. All right, any questions of the, any questions, let me see. Any questions by any of the board members?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Brandon?
Thank you.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Brandon.
Hello, investigator. Thank you for your testimony and your report. I think you said in your statement that the individual with the gun has been arrested.
Yes.
Did I hear that
That
correctly?
night, he was arrested, yes.
Would you or the Officer Beck, hello, know the status of that arrest?
I do
You
not.
may not, but
I can speak on that.
thank you.
So I attended a RIP hearing, which is a rapid indictment hearing. I don't know the exact date, but it is set. It was finding that it is going to go to trial. So at this time, they are moving forward with the charges.
The reason I asked is that I think we all feel that since the pandemic and all other related impacts to our society, there's been an uptick in crime in many, many areas, including DC. And one of the things as the board, we are, at least it's my opinion, having more incidents brought to us that include a weapon of some sort. So I asked this question because I would like for the public to know what happens to individuals who are arrested, because I would like to give DC residents some comfort, a little bit of comfort that they can go out at night and not be, subject to this kind of violence. So I'm just making a statement, but it would be helpful, I think, if we could find out eventually what happens with anyone who's ever arrested at an ABC establishment for having any type of weapon. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Brandon. Any other board members?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to ask the officer, Officer Beck, forgive me, Officer Beck. In your investigation, did you investigate this matter?
I was the arresting officer on scene. So while I was not the one who actually recovered the firearm, I was the one on scene that looked into his background to see if he had any concealed carry permits, if the gun was registered. I looked into him, and then I ultimately did arrest the defendant at the club.
Is it a fact that even though one may or a person may have a concealed carry permit, they cannot carry them into a public space? Is that correct?
If they have
alcohol, go ahead.
If they have the concealed carry permit, it allows them to carry it concealed in some locations, but there is a list of places that they are still not authorized to carry, and I don't know the list off the top of my head, but I do believe that the whole reason you have security and, to pat them down is so they do not bring firearms into the club.
For the record, I'd just like to say to you, Officer Beck, I do know that that list includes nightclubs and places that serve alcohol. You cannot, or grocery stores, you cannot carry your concealed weapon in the District of Columbia into those places. And I think it would behoove you as an officer, and thank you for your service, to know when you're doing these kinds of investigations where someone, because if the officers don't know, then the security could say, well, he had a gun. He said he had a permit to carry concealed and might have let him in because of that. But the security should have known that too, shouldn't they? In your opinion?
Well, I don't want to speak to how they're trained, but what I can say is I am trained to, if a firearm is present, I am trained to get the firearm, see if it's registered, pat them down, see if they've concealed carry, and regardless in this case, regardless of whether it was allowed in the club or not allowed in the club, it was not registered. It had an extended feeding magazine, which means it was a extended magazine, way too many rounds in the District of Columbia, and the gun itself was not registered. That's what I'm aware of.
Okay, well, let me ask you this. In your professional opinion, with the extended clip, had this person decided to shoot inside that club, how would that have affected the rest of the guests? And you said that the extended clip, how many bullets did he have in that clip, approximately?
It was a 12-round capacity magazine. It had 11 rounds in the magazine, and there was none in the chamber. What I can say is that there was 11 bullets that were in the firearm.
And just speculation or a question of speculation, how long have you been an officer?
I've been in policing for approximately 5 years.
How long with the District of Columbia?
I've been in MPD for about 2.5 years.
Okay. And so your knowledge of firearms, since are you considered to be an expert on firearms since you have that duty of?
I am not trained as an expert in firearm evaluation or anything, and I don't really feel comfortable speculating, but what I can say is that there was 11 rounds of ammunition in the firearm, and the firearm appeared to be fully functional.
Were those 9mm of bullets that were in that weapon?
Yes.
Thank you. That's all I have, Mr. Chair. Thank you. Thank you for your service, officer.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by board members of the officer or the investigator? Mr. Klein, do you have any questions of the officer or the investigator?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Officer Beck. Thank you for your service particularly in this area related to something it's been a terrible problem for all of us in the last few years. When did you arrive on the scene relative to the removal of the patron with the handgun, if you know?
Sure, I do. I cannot tell you the exact time I arrived on scene, but when I did arrive on scene, the firearm had already been taken off of the defendant, and it was sitting out, and the defendant was in handcuffs. So I arrived probably approximately 15 minutes after the entire thing started, 15 to 20.
Okay, so you don't know that the firearm was holstered or where it was found on the defendant when it was discovered.
So I don't have firsthand knowledge. I was not on scene. However, I do have the testimony of the officers there. I have the BWC, which I have viewed, and then I do have the testimony of Mr. Galen Epps, who was the security.
To your knowledge, was there a reimbursable detail in front of the establishment that night?
I don't recall. I do know there was officers there. I don't know if it was reimbursable or if those officers had just been posted there from our section patrol to keep an eye on it. So I'm not sure which it was.
And do you know whether the establishment is the one that alerted MPD that this individual had a gun?
Yes, they were. To my knowledge, it was explained to me that the establishment itself had found the firearm, and as soon as they had found the firearm, they flagged down an officer who was already in the block to come and handle the scene.
And you interviewed personnel with the club?
Mr. Epps, yes. I believe the investigator called him the head of security, I think was his title.
And you found him to be cooperative and forthcoming?
Yes.
Investigator Playtez, you investigated this for the ABC board, correct?
Correct.
All right. And you were provided with what footage was available covering the front of the establishment. Is that correct?
Correct.
Right. And in your judgment, there were some lapses in coverage of the establishment with respect to the security cameras?
Yes.
You were subsequently informed that the camera system had been upgraded, correct?
Can you repeat that?
You were subsequently informed that changes had been made and that the security camera had been upgraded, correct?
Yes. I was called by the owner who stated that, but I also visited the establishment on January 14th, and I did review some of those cameras. There was an issue with pulling the cameras up, but the camera system had been updated for what I can tell, and even the actual footage, it was better. It was a better camera. You can tell
Better
that they were
quality.
updated. Hmm.
And did you look at coverage in terms of whether there was coverage at that point?
Well, I did not that day. I just because he called me a few times, so I wanted to go to the establishment and just look at some of like the updates that they had completed. But like I said, when I went, I think they maybe needed another screen to attach to the hard drive, but it was an issue with like the connecting the hard drive to the TV. So I told him that I could return a different day once they've completed the upgrade.
Okay. And have you since returned to look at that?
I have not. So that was last week. So I can't.
You said someone called you several times. Was that Mr. Marmaris?
Yes, the owner.
And why was he calling you?
Because he told me he was going to do the updates to the camera footage, the hard drive, because of the issue that Mr. Mike with MesTech informed me of, which was that the system was offline.
So he was aggressive about making sure that you knew that these problems had been fixed, correct?
Yeah.
Now, in your report, you said that you determined that Ultra Bar Chroma was in violation of its security plan. correct?
Correct.
All right. And then you recite a paragraph from the security plan. What is it that you contend that the establishment in this paragraph did not follow?
Give me 1 second if I can review it. So it says, the screener's goal is to detect any patrons from attempting to bring any weapons into the establishment and to detect any that do. If the screener detects a potential weapon, knife, gun, illegal drugs, or drug paraphernalia, do not try to confiscate it. Give it back and tell the person they cannot enter the club. So the reason I stated that they were in violation of their security plan is because they allowed a patron to enter the establishment with a firearm, even though they have instructions to pat them down at the door to make sure that they don't have a weapon.
You don't have any evidence that this individual was not patted down, do you?
No, because there was no camera footage that showed that. And that's another violation of their settlement plan.
You interacted with Mr. Epps, correct?
Correct.
And he was forthcoming about what happened that night?
Yes.
And did he tell you that this person had not been patted down?
He said that the person had been searched. He didn't use the word patted down. He said searched, but that sometimes when they use the wand, that it could miss the weapon because some people or some patrons wear, I have that here, wear belt buckles.
So you don't really have any knowledge that they didn't comply with the verbiage that's set forth in the report, do you? I mean, all we know is the weapon got in, but that doesn't necessarily mean the establishment did anything wrong, does it?
They allowed someone to enter their establishment with a weapon.
When you allow someone to do something, that means that you know that they're going to do it, right?
No, not necessarily. Not in this situation.
Or you don't take steps to make sure that they don't do it, correct?
That's correct.
All right. Well, so I'm trying to get at what evidence do you have that they didn't follow the requirements of their security plan? That the gun got in, is that it?
Yes.
And is it your position that there is a foolproof way to make sure a weapon never gets into an establishment?
I'm sorry, what's your question?
Is it your position that there is a foolproof way to make sure a weapon never gets into an establishment?
Is there a foolproof way?
Yeah.
I'm
Can any
not sure.
establishment guarantee a weapon's never going to get into their establishment?
I'm not sure.
Okay.
I'm not sure how to answer that question.
Right. You go on your report and you say that the security plan verbiage is more of an employee manual and not a policy, and somehow this violates DC Official Code 25-836E. What is your content? I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I didn't say it violates it. I just says that it's not a policy and procedure as stated on DC official code. It's more so of employee manual.
Isn't an employee manual, even if that's true, something that gives direction to employees and policies and procedures to follow?
Yes.
So what's the difference? What's the deficiency here?
Can you repeat that?
In your report,
Mhm.
you have a sentence that says investigator playtest also determined that the SP's verbiage is more of an employee manual and not a policy and procedure as stated in DC Official Code 25-836E. Now, you just answered that an employee manual, words to the effect of, contains policies and procedures, right?
In this situation, yes, it does.
Well, wouldn't it normally?
I've seen several security plans that does not read like an employee manual, but for Ultra Bar, it does.
And then that's an issue in your mind in some way?
No.
Okay. And you indicate the security plan was submitted on October 15th of 2013, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, has anyone suggested to Ultrabar that the security plan is deficient in some way?
I'm sorry, you asking me?
Yeah, I'm asking you if anyone.
What did you say?
The security plan was submitted 8 years ago, over 8 years ago. To your knowledge, has anyone ever suggested that the security plan is deficient in some way?
To my knowledge, I'm not sure. I did notify them and advise Mr. Mormon in reference to this case, but I'm not sure if they were ever notified by someone else.
So what is it you advise them to do with respect to the security plan?
Well, because he did update the camera system and added cameras, I don't remember how many specifically he did say, but I advised him that he should update the security plan to include all of those cameras.
So the only issue with the security plan is making sure that there's an accurate camera diagram that reflects the cameras that are there in their coverage, correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right, I don't have any further questions of the investigator or the officer.
I think, Officer Beck, I just need to get some clarification. Can you describe again, for the record, the gun that was found and what was found with the gun, please?
Sure. It was a Canik TP9 Elite SC, which is a 9mm handgun, and a extended mag, which is a 12 capacity magazine with 11 rounds in it, and it was inside of a holster. And that was found in the right waistband area of the defendant.
Now, so in your view, if a pat down, in the perfect world, if a pat down was made off the suspect, is it something that a reasonable person would have located?
That firearm and that holster in that location, we are trained to find in a pat down. Yes. So if it had been in that position upon entering the nightclub and patted down, how they were trained to pat down us, that firearm would have been located. But that's if it was in the same position.
So explain to me about the position, because I don't understand. So explain to me.
So the reason I say that is because the investigators report referenced that if the metal detector had come across the firearm, it may have been confused for a belt buckle. If that firearm had been on the right side of the hip, where it was when we recovered it, it wouldn't have been confused with the belt buckle.
Because the belt buckle is normally at the front.
Exactly.
Okay, so the belt buckle is the buckle is usually at the front, not at the side.
That's what I'm referring to. If it had been in that position, I don't see how it would have been confused, but I didn't see any pat down. I can't testify to how the pat down from security went.
All right. But you're saying that if a pat down was done, a reasonable person would have recognized that there's something within this. That's what I'm trying to find out.
Yes, if they were trained to do pat downs and it had been in that position, that firearm should have been located.
Now, let me ask you a question. Are you familiar with wands?
No, that's not something I'm familiar with.
Okay, fine. That way I ask you a question. All right. All right. I don't have any other questions for the investigator or the officer, but I do have some questions for the establishment, Mr. Klein. So I'm not sure. Maybe either you can respond or Mr. Marmus can. I want to
Mr. Chair, if I may, what we'd
Oh,
like to do is tell
Yes,
you
Mr.
what we
Klein.
know, and sort of fill in the blanks, and maybe
All
that'll
right.
answer a lot of the questions. I
Sure,
think
go
that'll be
ahead.
more efficient.
Sure, sir. Go ahead.
Thank you. Mr. Galen Epps, can we have his rights elevated, please?
I'm sorry, who's that?
Galen Epps.
Mr. Epps. Is there Mr. Epps on the line? All right, Mr. Epps, I see. Mr. Epps,
Hello.
do you have a camera, sir? You can turn
I
on?
believe so. I believe so. One moment. Okay. Yes, sir.
Mr. Epps, can you spell and state your name for the record, please?
Yes, my name is Galen Epps, Galen. Last name Epps, EPPS.
What's your relationship to this establishment, sir?
I'm the head of security.
Go ahead, Mr. Klein.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Epps, how long have you been head of security?
I've been the head of security for about 4.5 to 5 years now.
And is this something that you did before you worked at this establishment?
No, sir.
And have you had any training in security?
Yes, I've been through a training class a couple of times with Mr. Robert Smith. He's the head of nightclubs consultants, and he's recognized nationwide for his.
He's a retired police officer out of San Diego?
Yes, sir.
Now, you were there the night that this gun was discovered?
Yes, I was.
Tell the board what happened, how the gun was discovered, and what was done when it was discovered.
Sure. So I received a call over the radio that they were walking out a gentleman from the second floor of the nightclub establishment. So as they brought the gentleman downstairs, I was notified that the gentleman would need to be searched again. We searched him right inside our box and discovered the firearm. My security, Colin, that works that floor, had notified. I asked him how, did the gentleman brandish it inside? He said no. He just saw the gentleman was adjusting his waistband a few too many times, and it kind of alerted him as to someone who had some suspicious activity. And as I always advise my security to be proactive, he asked the gentleman to step outside, and he was very cooperative and stepped outside. But that was the reason for the alert to actually bring the gentleman outside to research him. He was readjusting his waist a little bit too many times, and it looked suspicious.
And do you know, to your knowledge, where the weapon was located on this person?
When we found the weapon, it was right inside the waistband when we searched him on the second search.
And was it in a holster?
To my knowledge, yes.
And you've had some experience in the past where weapons sometimes get in, or things that aren't supposed to come in. Is that correct?
Well, I've never experienced a firearm getting inside of our establishment. I know that we have discovered them on off-duty police officers and notified them that this establishment does not allow firearms, and just asked them kindly to return it to their vehicles. They display their badges to try to gain entry, but not to my knowledge a firearm getting in.
And then when the firearm was discovered, what exactly was done?
We had an officer there. Sorry if I could get his name, if it's relevant. We had an officer there. I went directly to the officer and notified him that I had a gentleman who proclaimed to have a legal firearm and that was discovered inside the establishment.
And so you escorted him to MPD?
I notified him the MPD of his location. He was still right outside our establishment. My security was standing with him, and MPD approached him.
Now, have any theories or any idea how it is that he might, well, first of all, to your knowledge, he was subjected to electronic scanning, correct?
That's correct. Everyone is wanted.
Wanted. Okay.
Everyone's wanted, and they're patted down physically with the hand. I like to pat down physically as well with the wand. The wand is just a guide, but as I spoke to Investigator Plites, that when you wander around the belt area, if there's a belt buckle, it's going to go off. So it's properly to go hands-on in that area as a follow-up.
Now, who was it that called you concerning this weapon on the premises?
That called me as concerning this issue.
Yeah, you said you got a call on the radio.
Oh, that was Colin.
Okay. And did you talk to Colin more specifically as to what it was that he observed that made him suspicious?
Yes, he observed the gentleman readjusting his waistband multiple times.
And did he have any theory as to where, when you said he thought there was a weapon, where did he think that weapon was?
Well, he thought it may have been adjusted from his crotch area.
Okay. Now, if that were true, does that prevent some challenges in terms of the searches that you do?
It would present some challenges. It depends on the exact location, size, the clothing. But yes, it would make it a little more difficult to find the weapon.
Okay. And you agree with the officer, had the weapon been holstered, that it very likely would have been found in the standard pat-down search that you do?
Yes, I do agree.
But we don't know that it was in the holster when this individual was observed by Colin, do we?
Not to my knowledge.
All we know is Colin found it to be suspicious enough for him to investigate further, correct?
That's correct.
And he did that, correct?
That's correct.
And said, we need to take you outside and search you again, right?
That's correct.
All right. Let's talk a minute about cameras. You've been at the establishment, how long did you say?
For 9 years.
9. And has there always been a camera system in place?
Yes, sir.
Have there been instances where footage has been requested?
Yes.
By MPD or ABRA?
That's correct.
All right. And in all of those instances, were you able to provide footage?
Yes, sir.
Is this the first time there was any issue with
Yes, sir.
providing footage?
Yes, sir. To my knowledge, yes.
All right. But you did provide some footage, right?
That's correct.
And to your knowledge, the security plan is complete and contains what it needs to contain for your security personnel to follow to make the establishment safe?
Yes, sir.
Have you looked at it again in light of this incident?
Yes, sir.
That's all the questions I have of Mr. Epps. I can either make him available to the board at this point or move on to Mr. Marmaris, who can speak more to the cameras.
No, we have some questions, and I have some questions first. Let me ask. Mr. Epps, so you said you're chief of security, is that correct?
Head of security, yes, sir.
Head of security. So what does that mean, you're head of security, please?
I make the schedule, I do the payroll, I'm in charge of certain training that we do, in charge of reviewing the plans, in charge of going over those with the security.
All right, how many security officers typically are there on what day of the week was this? I'm sorry, I'm not sure what day of the week what day of the week was this?
I believe it was a Friday night, sir.
All right.
Friday night, Saturday morning.
So how many security officers usually work at on a Friday night?
Average 20 23.
Right. So what is the procedure for entering the club, the establishment?
Okay, so we have a line that starts next door. We have an establishment, a restaurant. So when we first open, that establishment is open. So as a courtesy, we do not block the establishment with our line. People are ID'd in a line that proceeds to their establishment. Then security greets them to our line where they are searched with a wand as well as a pat down. Obviously, the females are not physically searched by my male security, but we do search their jackets and their bags with flashlights. And at that point, if they pass that checkpoint, they go on to enter the establishment.
So what's the establishment policy on weapons?
As far as the weapons, if a weapon is discovered during a pat down, we give the weapon back to the person and notify the authorities.
So what type of training related to weapons does the staff receive?
Well, majority of my staff has taken the class that I took with Robert Smith. I also employ a buddy system within my staff, just because we do that every 2 years, I believe. The last time we took that class was September 2021, once we got our roster settled from coming back from the COVID regulations. And so we would be due to do that again. I believe that certification lasts for 2 years as well. And I employ a buddy system, so the new guys who come on have a mentor within my roster, and they kind of learn from them as well as myself with the training that I give twice a month. Every other week I do training, short sessions.
Now, do you have access to the camera system?
Yes, I do, sir.
Now, did you review the camera? I think one of the things that you mentioned was that what brought this individual to security's attention was that he was, I guess you stated that he was frequently touching his waist. I think you had said. Did you view any camera to look at this to see what was transpiring with this individual?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So that night, when I went home, I was able to find the time when the gentleman had entered the club, but I was unable to find. It just takes a long time, as you may know. And at that time of night, I was able, but I really wasn't concerned because we're usually able to retrieve it once we're in the office. So I was able to find it on my phone, just being curious to look. I was able to find when he entered the club. But I did, at that point in the night, it was, very, very early in the morning. I couldn't find where he was walking through the crowd. And so I called at night, and when I came back to check the cameras, we had the issue.
Any other questions by any other board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Mr. Epps.
Good afternoon, sir.
Can you tell us approximately what time through your investigation did this person enter the club?
I believe the time period was early, about 11:07 p.m. that Friday night. I believe that was the time stamp that I located.
So from 11, the time that you saw that, how much time had he been in the club before the gun was discovered and he was taken outside?
From
11 to what time?
I believe the gun was discovered at 1 a.m., so around 2 hours, sir.
So he was in the club with the pistol for 2 hours.
If he brought it in at that time.
How else do you think he could have got it in?
Oh, well, we do allow reentry, sir.
So he could go out to his car and come back in? Would he pat him down when he comes back in?
Yes, our reentry line has the same procedures.
And you say with the females, you don't go through their purses, or you don't wand their purses. You just look in their purses with a flashlight.
Well, we want them the purses, the jackets. We look through their purses. My recommendation to my security is to see all corners of the purse with your flashlight. So if females have any clothing, shoes, if you cannot see everything inside the purse, I don't care how much is in the purse, tell them to take it out until you can see the bottom.
Are you familiar that the District of Columbia Metropolitan Police Department is now offering and help out with security guards for that work in the District of Columbia?
I have seen some things posted, yes, sir.
Can you tell us what you saw posted?
What I've seen was a terrorist. I believe they were giving training on terrorists, what to do in an event of a terrorist. But I was very encouraged that the city was doing those things.
Thank you. So would you consider somebody running around in a club with 11 bullets in a clip, 9mm for 2 hours? Does it have to be a terrorist that would cause a problem, or would you think that your security should deal with it just like it's a terrorist?
Oh, yes, sir. Yes, sir. I agree.
Lastly, what changes have you made since this incident?
I've employed additional female security outside the club, just as a precautionary, so that if in any event we do feel suspect of a female carrying something, that if our wand catches, we can feel comfortable going on hands. We had a female security, but I've employed additional security outside of the club, male and female, to secure the checkpoints. I've also gone over with my staff, the entire staff, our pat down and wand procedures as we enter the club, and our emergency procedures that are notated in our manual.
Okay. Now, you say you've been with the club how many years?
9 years total, sir.
9 years total. And in those 9 years, can you tell me or tell us how many weapons have been found since you've been in charge of security at this club?
No firearms, sir. No firearms.
No, I just said weapons.
Weapons.
Any weapons?
Maybe 3 to my knowledge. 3, maybe a couple of knives.
Were they found inside of the club on the person, or before they came in, or how were they discovered?
Well, we discover knives, every month coming into the club.
You say every month?
Every month you're gonna get a knife. Someone says this is my work knife, or this is, every month you're gonna get at least one. But like as I say, we just take it to the authorities, and most of the times they just confiscate.
Is it anything that you can do to make clubs safer since this incident? Anything you as the head of security can do to make the club safer and make sure that, let's just say myself or anyone else would decide to come down on a Friday night and be assured that they don't have to bump into somebody who has a 9mm on them?
I believe the steps that I've taken past this incident should suffice.
Thank you, Mr. Epps. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short.
All right, thank you. Any other questions by any other board member of Mr. Epps? Mr. Klein, if you want to.
Just in response to that, this owner, if anybody's got additional ideas, they're welcome. I mean, this is, and we'll talk to Mr. Marmons here in a minute, but if there are additional ideas that MPD has, that ABRA investigators have, that board members have, please bring them on. I mean, this handgun problem is, certainly as we've seen even in the last 24 hours on the West Coast, we're all concerned about it. It's a big problem. And this establishment is not resistant to entertaining and employing anything that might be effective in preventing this from happening. I mean, let me make that crystal clear, and Mr. Marmers will say it, and I'll say it to you again. This establishment is not resistant or hesitant to employ anything that might prevent such a thing from happening. Just want to be very clear. I mean, they've been around for 17 years and have a very good track record. And I think you see from Mr. Epps, this is all taken very seriously. Mr. Marmaris, let's talk about cameras and the failure that we had. What went on? What happened here?
Well, I got an email from the investigator. Well, prior to that, we were having issues with the camera. We didn't know what was going on. I was trying to contact the owner of MyTech Zen. I was calling him. I was reaching out to him. I was getting a response. I found out that he was out of the country at that time. He notified me that he would be coming in on the 8th. I spoke with the ABRA investigator, I believe on the 7th, I believe. And I told her that I have the company coming in on the 8th. When the gentleman from the owner, actually from MyTech, came in there, he looked at the whole system. The cameras were working, but he said one of the servers died. We had another server that was working. We had two servers. One of the servers died. The other server, because the other one died and it couldn't hold video longer than a few days. I asked him what we can do to fix this ASAP. He ordered more servers, replaced one server, added an additional 2 servers, added, I believe he said 8 hard drives on there. We also got a recommendation from the ABRA investigator about adding another camera outside. We added additional cameras outside, I believe 2 additional cameras. So now we have 3 cameras outside. And we also added some more cameras inside while we were doing all this, just try to find any blind spots that were in there. And we added some more cameras in there as well.
And did you also?
He came on the 8th. We started, I believe that's Sunday. I believe it was the 10th. I believe December 10th. Everything was done by the 16th, up and running. I did have him come on that weekend as well to do diagnostics on there to make sure everything, because I wanted to make sure everything was working fine, and everything was since then has been working fine. And now I pretty much every day now I check that server to make sure it's working now. You know, I wasn't aware that server was down. If I was aware, I would have fixed it immediately. We became aware when they required footage and we couldn't access that footage.
Right. Now you talked about every day, but you've instituted a program where you're testing.
Oh, yes.
Once a week.
Oh,
Is that
yes.
right?
Yeah, 100%. Yes.
That the cameras are functioning.
Yes.
And how much did you spend for all this camera work, all these camera upgrades?
A little bit over $17,000. That included the new servers, the new hard drives, the new monitors, the new cameras. We upgraded some cameras as well to have a better resolution, and the install part as well. It was all included.
Mr. Chairman, I had emailed to board's counsel, and I have it here. I can put it up. I just thought it was easier just to email it.
No, you know, Mr. Klein, I enjoy watching you and your technology challenges. Therefore, I'm going to ask my IT person to give you the opportunity to upload your screen.
Oh, thank you so much.
But we do have it. But I enjoy your challenges. So
you know what I said to the board's counsel that's exactly the point. That's why I emailed it. But I'll pull it up.
If you're unable to do that, Mr. Klein, we can find it, but you at least try, please. Okay. All right.
Let's see.
But I know that it was I myself have to go find it.
Okay.
Mr. Oriana, can you? Okay, great. All right. All right.
Good.
You see, Mr. Klein? You see? All right.
So you can see here what was done. Mr. Marmaris, this invoice is dated 12/20. When was the work done?
The work was done. They started on the 10th, I believe. The work was completely done by the 16th, but they were coming in on the 17th, 18th to run diagnostics, to be there just in case anything happened, to show us the new, the monitors and to train us on there. So I had the owner there as well those days, and he was just there just to make sure everything was running in order.
All right. And you have also created a new camera diagram to attach to your security plan.
Yes.
Mr. Chairman, we will file that with the board and update the security
So are you
plan
saying
with.
that I'm sorry, you said you have a new security plan you're gonna file with the board?
No, we're gonna file a new camera diagram.
A new camera diagram, okay, and I want to ask you some other
Plan,
questions too.
which
Okay,
reflects
so, yeah, go ahead, yeah.
which reflects the placement of the new cameras. We will do that. I sent that to board's council as well. It's several pages, so I'm not going to pull it up, and it's just diagrams, but I wanted the board to know that that's been done, and we will file it so that it is made part of the security plan that's on file. And we invite the investigator to come back and let us know if she thinks there are any holes or if the board has a specific investigator. I know at one time we had an investigator that was particularly skilled at looking at security systems. We invite that. We're happy to have that looked at. As I said, Mr. Marmus, I was right when I said, correct, about the seriousness with which you take this situation?
Absolutely.
And you're prepared to do
Whatever
whatever
needs to get done.
whatever needs to get done. So
Whatever
we
needs
want
to
to be
get
clear about that. And if we haven't thought about it and there are ideas, they're welcomed, as I said, from MPD, from ABRA investigators, or from board members, as the case may be. This is serious. This is not something that is not taken seriously by this establishment. It very much is. And I think that you've seen that staff is trained. Many of you know the program that Mr. Robert Smith runs. It's the best one I've seen in many years of doing this in terms of security training. And they've been diligent about making sure that they keep up with that. And upon finding flaws in the security camera system for the first time in 17 years, having been successful in turning over footage previous times, steps were taken to upgrade it as soon as it could practically be done. And a fair amount of money was spent, as you can see from the invoice, in doing that. We are unhappy that we have to be here, that this occurred. But on the other hand, happy that the board is looking at this. And this establishment wants to work with you and work with the agency and with MPD to do whatever can be done to prevent things like this from happening. I make no bones about that. I want to be very clear on that point. That's all I have. Mr. Marmaris is available, obviously. Mr. Epps is available for any other questions that people might have.
I have another question, a couple of questions for Mr. Marmus. Mr. Marmus, now you're saying that, now tell me what is your plan to ensure that the camera system remains operational? And the reason why I say that, and it's not directed at you, sir, but I've had too many of these hearings. When an incident occurs, there's a problem with the camera. The camera system is not for ABRA as a catch you. It's not like got you. It is for your protection. Because if you have a camera system that covers everything, then it would show that, this is someone who was patted and wanted. He entered and he hid the gun, as was alleged. He could have hid the gun in his crotch area, as was alleged, I think, by Mr. X. But what I'm saying is that there's too many times that we have these hearings, it's like there's always a glitch in the camera system. So what is it that you're going to do to ensure that your camera system is always operational? Because it is to protect you. It is not for ABRA to say, got you, so we're going to look for violations to catch you.
Well, the cameras was working. The issue that we had was the hard drive, and with this learning experience, what I'm doing now is every day I'm checking that hard drive to make sure it's recording. And those are brand new hard drives. And also I've ordered another not hard drive, server. I've also ordered another server to be a backup just in case something happens, that we have another server in stock in the house already where we can swap it out immediately.
Now, regarding your camera system, and I know you can't cover the bathroom, so the interior of bathroom, that you can't do.
No.
But is your camera system, in your view, does that cover all areas that the public has access to?
I believe now with the additional cameras that we installed and upgrading some older cameras that are incredible resolution right now, the resolution on the new cameras, I think we are, but to be 100% sure, I'd like to invite an ABRA investigator there to come and do a walkthrough with us and show us, give us a new set of eyes to see if we're not seeing it correctly, if there's an angle, if there's somewhere that we may need to cover. I'm more than happy to install as many cameras as I need to make sure that we could cover every aspect in that place.
Thank you very much, Mr. Marmouth, for that offer, and we will ensure that that occurs. And this is something that I want to ask you and both Mr. Klein. The security plan that you have, you said 8 years, Mr. Klein. We're in 2023, Mr. Klein. That's not 8 years, that's 10 years. Okay, so the security plan, it appears, was filed with the agency over 10 years ago. There's been a lot of changes in the law and what's required. So would your client willing, would your client volunteer to update your security plan pursuant to the laws, current laws and regulation, and provide an updated security plan to us within the next 30 days?
Absolutely. I mean, there's no question about that. I mean, you heard me ask Mr. F, we've looked at it, but we'll look at it again. They want to be in compliance. And just to comment on your comment about cameras, yeah, we wish we had the camera footage for him entering, because we think what needed to be done was done. So we're disappointed, as you pointed out. The camera system can be a savior. As I think Mr. F said previously, they've been asked many times for camera footage and always turned it over. It's never been an issue. This is the first time that there's been an issue. So, I want the board to know that this is not a situation where, suddenly the cameras don't work and that's, just because we're here. This establishment has had experience with providing the footage as required and as requested to MPD and ABRA, and will continue to do so. You've heard Mr. Marmara say that he's going to check it and make sure that everything's working. So we understand what you're saying, and we take that seriously as well.
All right, thank you for that. And just a question, do you know how long the camera system, how long before it's recorded over? Is it 30 days? Or, how long is it that it will maintain footage? Do you know?
From what I'm told now, it could do over 30 days now. I believe it could do about 35 days.
Right.
Yeah.
So anyway, all right, okay. Any other questions by any other one of any parties? All right. Thank everyone for their participation here today. This is what we, the licensee, have agreed to do. Provide us an updated security plan for us to review to see if it is legally compliant within the next 30 days. They will also allow ABRA, and I will say within the next 30 days, to conduct a walkthrough of the establishment to ensure that there are no blind spots that's not covered by the security system. As I stated before, this is a fact-finding hearing. The board will take this matter under advisement, and we will make a determination what next steps are. The next steps are no further action, or we might refer this to the Office of the Attorney General if we determine that there is some violation. but the board has not made any determination regarding that. So with that said, Officer Beck, thank you for your appearance today.
Thank you.
And thank everyone for being here today. This matter is taken under advisement. Have a great day. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome. All right. All right, the next case on our calendar is another fact finding here in case number 22 CMP 00105, Project DC Events, license number 105182. And I see that Mr. Klein is doing double duty with us today. So I think we need to, Mr. Oriana, can you have your hands raised, Mr. Grandis? Yeah, your hands are raised. You need to put your hand back down, sir. Your hand is raised in the on my screen. Okay, so you need to put yeah. All right, it's still raised. So and anyway, so our next case. So Ms. Oriana, can you please elevate the rights of Mr. Mark Reeves, who is the investigator, and who is their client, Mr. Klein, for us to elevate? Who are we looking for to elevate?
Alex Lopez.
Mr. Lopez to elevate his right.
Alex Lopez, your access has been elevated. That is all, Chairman.
Thank you, sir.
Hello?
Sorry, who's speaking? I'm sorry. Hold on a minute. All right, good afternoon, everyone. Let me see, who's missing? I don't see Mr. Reeves. Mr. Reeves, can you turn your camera on, please, sir?
I am.
Okay.
I don't see myself. Do you see me?
No, Mr. Reeves, I do not see you. But all right, I see the ABRA background, but I do not see you. Mr. Klein, can you please identify yourself for the record, please?
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. Andrew Klein, ANDREW Klein, KLINE, attorney for Project Events DC.
Good afternoon, Mr. Klein. Mr. Lopez, can you identify yourself for the record, please?
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Lopez. ALEX LOPEZ.
Good afternoon, Mr. Lopez. Mr. Ruiz, are you there? Are you back? I can see the ABRA sign.
I'm here, but my camera is not switching over for some reason.
All right. Well, I recognize I recognize the voice, so I know it is Mr. Ruiz speaking. But please spell and state your name for the record, Mr. Ruiz.
Yeah, first name's Mark, M-A-R-K. Last name's Ruiz, R-U-I-Z.
Ruiz, good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon. All right. This is another fact finding here we have. This is regarding a case report that was regarding a pub crawl. And there's an allegation that they violated the pub crawl. This was a DC Halloween crawl that the promoter violated conditions of their one-day license by the DC Halloween crawl by exceeding capacity limits. It's alleged that 3,000 participants participated in an event that was only approved by the board for 1,500 participants. So again, this is a fact finding here. We're trying to gather information to find out what occurred. At a fact finding hearing, the parties are not sworn. and the board cannot order the party to take any specific event, any specific action. The licensee, however, can, if asked, can volunteer to take certain actions. At the end of this hearing, the board can make a determination that will either take no further action or will refer this matter to the Office of Attorney General for some potential violations. So what we're going to do is that I'm going to ask Mr. Ruiz, I can see you, Mr. Ruiz. I'm going to ask Mr. Ruiz to just set the stage of why we're here today. And the board is free to ask questions. And then Mr. Klein, on behalf of your client, then you can respond accordingly. So Mr. Ruiz, can you let us know why we're here today?
Yes. So on October 29th, 2022, on a Saturday, the DC Halloween Crawl 2022 was held within the Golden Triangle area, which was an event run by Project DC Events, which was one of two licensees in the area operating a pub crawl. On that day, I arrived in the Golden Triangle area around 2 p.m. Participants were already arriving, and the crowd became bigger and bigger. A large amount of participants were flooding the area, causing traffic concerns and such, which I recognized that an issue due to the amount of participants didn't seem to match up with what was going on at the time. I reviewed the license at the location. The license was granted for 1,500 participants. But looking at the crowd, looking at the registrations, definitely appeared there was a lot more than that more people than that, with roughly thousands, estimate 7,000 plus in the area. Around 5:30 p.m., I met with Alex again, because I think we met earlier in the day, just to discuss the crowd and the number of participants, if he was aware of what he was licensed for that day, how many tickets he sold, and such. He informed me that they have a large media following, so they prepared for more. They applied for 2,500, and I guess expected that for that number that day. So I guess there were already pre-sales prior to that day coming up. I asked Mr. Lopez if he could provide me with some documentation on how many registered participants that day, and if that information was tracked, because they do scan prepaid tickets in at each registration location, and track all that information. He advised me that that's something he can look at and get for me on Monday, for a report. The Monday following October 31st, that day came and went. I followed up with him again. He was unable to provide it to me, at which time he CC'd his attorney, Mr. Klein, on the email communication. But after that, I've heard nothing more in regards to providing that information. I continue my investigation to try to determine the amount of participants that were in the area that day. So I did go ahead and review a few of what I could gather from the registration establishments, reviewed surveillance video, reviewed the registration process at those locations, and determined that, at least by just of my review of what I was able to get, there were at least 2,000 participants in Project DC's pub crawl. And that's basically it.
Right. Any questions of Mr. Ruiz by board members? Go ahead, Mr. Short.
Thank you. Thank you, Investigator Ruiz. How many years have you been an investigator with ABRA?
Next month will be 4 years.
How many pub crawls have you worked on Halloween since you've been here in 4 years?
Just about every one, I think. I don't know, 10 plus.
And in your years, the service, and going to these pub crawls, how many of them had wound up with patrons, or let's just say this, licensees overselling the numbers they're permitted by the board?
It's always gathered a large amount. I don't think that's something that was really looked at very closely. As far as the number of participants, we know we've had issues in this particular area with the overconcentration of patrons prior to this. So attention, as being the lead investigator of our group that was assigned to monitor this pub crawl, I chose to take a little more closer of the monitoring, especially with the traffic concerns and district agency deployments, because they expect a certain amount of people that were approved and prepare for those, but it turns out it was multiple times the amount they expected.
Is this the first time you've ever worked with Mr. Lopez on one of these events?
No, I've met Mr. Lopez pretty much every one for the past couple of years.
You did ask him to show you the registration for the number of tickets that were sold online. Did you ever get that from him?
I did not know.
Did he ever give you a reason why he would not provide that for you?
He just mentioned nobody else is providing it, so he didn't see why he had to provide it.
Was that respectful in your opinion as an investigator?
In my opinion, no. I mean, we're trying to determine the cause of the issue, and that would have been helpful information for us.
Is Mr. Lopez a regular pub crawl provider in the city?
Yes.
Thank you very much. That's all I have, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Short. Any other questions by the other board members?
Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Investigators, thank you for your testimony today. You may have mentioned it, but perhaps I didn't hear. When you became aware of this pub crawl, did you obtain from ABRA the approval that the board had granted for this particular event?
Yeah, so we obtained a copy of a license, as well as licensing provides us with a spreadsheet for the event and the number of participants that are approved. And I was only able to see that on the day of.
And do you recollect, or do you have with you that number that was approved by the board?
Yeah, 1,500 participants were approved.
And it was your observation that there were more than 1,500 participants?
Yes.
And did Mr. Lopez give you any number whatsoever?
I don't believe so. He never gave me an exact number, number.
Thank you. Mr. Chairman, thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions by any other board members of the investigator? Mr. Klein, I have some questions that I want to ask either yourself on behalf of Mr. Lopez, but you have an opportunity if you have any questions you want to ask Mr. Ruiz.
Yeah, I just have a couple I'd like to address the board. Mr. Ruiz, there was another pub crawl in this neighborhood that day, correct?
There was, correct.
Okay, so the numbers that were there were not solely attributable to Mr. Lopez's project's event.
Yeah, absolutely not. Correct.
Okay. And you said that you've worked with him a number of times?
Yeah, every time in those areas, he's usually a participant.
And have you generally found him to be cooperative?
Yes. Yeah, I've never had an issue with him in the past.
This was kind of an exception, wasn't it?
Yes, yes. I was very surprised by the least.
Thank you. That's all I have. Mr. Chair, if I may, I'm going to try to save the board a lot of time and cut to the chase. We have an issue here. We admit it. Mr. Lopez is, fortunately for him, done quite well, and his company has grown. And on the day that we're talking about, they were running 3 bar crawls in 3 different cities, one in DC, one in Baltimore, and one in Philadelphia. And they used a new system for tracking attendance. And unfortunately, and this is the hesitancy and I think the embarrassment of not responding to the investigator, which is wrong, did not realize that there wasn't any way to disaggregate the numbers among the 3 cities. I think in the report there's a reference to there being like 5,481 or something checked in. Well, regrettably, that's an aggregate number among the three cities, the 3 jurisdictions where these were taking place. What we understand this is wrong. This is an issue, and it's dealt with. And Mr. Lopez is committed to the next time he applies for a pub crawl event, setting forth in writing, in detail, what his methodology will be for making sure that this does not happen again, and having a system in place where he can properly track the number of registrants, so we make sure that he is not in violation of what it is the board has set down in terms of limitation. And, you know, we could examine the investigator and do all kinds of things, but, you know, a mistake was made, and we just think it's best to hit it head on and say, yeah, we mess up. This is an issue, it needs to be addressed, and it will be addressed. And Mr. Lopez is embarrassed and certainly sorry that this happened, but we're going to make sure that it doesn't happen again.
Thank you for the makeup of Mr. Klein. I think that both you and Mr. Lopez know that approving pub crawls, especially around Halloween, is problematic. Whether or not it's Halloween Day, whether or not it's the Friday before Halloween, or the Saturday, or depending what day Halloween is, we are aware that there are going to be a significant amount of people who are going to turn out for Halloween. But in spite of that, depending what day Halloween is, the board, not all board members are in favor of this, but the board does approve pub crawl requests from licensed pub crawl operators to have events. And I think what assurances can this operator and all, I guess I know Mr. Lopez has been in front of me. I have been in this position as chair, I think 7.5 years ago. And one of the first big hearings, I can't believe it's 7.5, over 7 years I've had this position. But I first met Mr. Lopez soon after becoming chair of this board. Why? Because of a pub crawl on Halloween. And one of the issues, we had a pub crawl operator who oversold. We had an illegal pub crawl operator. We had all of those. So it is unexcusable, Mr. Lopez, for this to occur, because you know the history. You know the history. You know the history that we have had pub crawls for Halloween where operators have oversold. And we have also had pub crawls where we have not had we have had someone who had not been approved And so therefore we are entrusting you to operate within the system. I know that you might have requested 3,000 and the board provides 1,500, but what assurances are you going to provide the board that I thought was provided to us 7 years ago when I started 7.5 years ago? When I started as chair, we had a hearing on pub crawls. So what assurances are you going to provide the board that we should have faith that if we continue to approve pub crawls for Halloween or for the days around Halloween, the days around St. Patrick's, the days that we know that whether or not we approve pub crawls or not, people are going to be out in the street. So what assurances are you going to provide us that you're going to comply with the terms of your license?
It's been 7, 8 years. I think when you first met me, we were a very, very small company in DC. Over the last couple of years, we've been growing in 2 different cities. We've expanded. As it stands today, Project DC, we do events in Pittsburgh, Philly, Baltimore, and DC, and soon it's going to be North Carolina. As we grow, we try to implement new technologies to make our lives much easier, not just for our company, but for our staff. Like Mr. Klein explained, during Halloween, we were operating in 2 other cities, which is the reason why you guys can see that high number in the scanner. This is something I communicated with Mr. Rees, that we had an event in Pennsylvania and Maryland at the same time. The technology, or what happened during Halloween, was the fact that we were doing an offline check-in, which means we had to upload all the people that purchased tickets into a platform so we can do an offline check-in. When Mr. Rees asked me how many registrants we had, obviously, as you guys can see in that number in that screenshot, I could not provide an answer just because we had 3 different cities in a database. I think going forward, what we can do is just go back to the old ways of just treating each city on its own, even though it's going to be a little bit more difficult for our company to manage that. But I think that's going to be the fastest and easiest way for me to just tell Mr. Rees or any ABRA investigator in real time, this is how many people we've checked in so far.
Now, I also know that we limit, say for example, for that event, we give you 1,500. So how is it that, I know you do pre-sale, do you do walk-in? And so if you do walk-in, how is it that if we're only approve you for a specific number, how is it that, and I know you're in the business to make money, so I'm not gonna, and so therefore it's in your benefit. The more people that pays the registration, the more money you're gonna make. But there's also a public safety issue as far as we are concerned. And so, as I stated before, whether or not we approve a pub crawl in these areas, the people are going to be there. But we are allowing you to operate your business during a weekend when there's going to be a lot of people there. So how is it that you will, how do you, tell me the process of, we approve 1,500, you have pre-sale, you're having day off. So how is it that you cut off? How is it that how does your system recognize that you only approve for 1,500 and you're only gonna sell tickets either pre-sale or the day of the event, and you're not gonna go past the number that you're approved for? Because it's a relationship that we have, and we have
No, it really is.
to make sure that we're giving you an opportunity on a weekend when the people are gonna be there anyway. So, but how can we trust you to make sure that you're gonna comply with the terms of your license? How are you gonna do that, please?
No, and that's a good question. I mean, I think one of the things that we've seen over the last few years, since the board has been approving us and another company for DuPont, per the ABRA regulations, I mean, one licensee can work with one event company. We've definitely been, I don't want to say fighting, but we've definitely been going over venues and obviously trying to get as many venues as possible for our event companies. The last two Halloween events, we were able to sell out on our end, so we stopped ticket sales prior to the sellout. I think one of the things that's been very helpful for us is like we are not doing day of sales just to make the check-in process more efficient. That worked pretty well last year when we sold out. But as far as that, I mean, that's the only way that we can obviously keep track of new people that are in the city trying to walk into our venues. At the end of the day, like you guys said, I mean, there's thousands of other people that are non-participants that flock into DuPont. And at the end of the day, bars want to make their money too, so they let these people in. I don't know if there's a perfect system into doing this. We don't have buyout agreements per se with our establishments where we can say, hey, they have to be Project DC event participants to be allowed in. Obviously, we don't have that buyout agreement with them. They can let whomever in. But again, I mean, we're learning as we go on our end, but that's essentially how we keep track.
Mr. Chairman,
Go ahead, Mr. Grandis.
thank you. Mr. Klein, it's a pleasure
Yes.
always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you, Mr. Dennis. Nice to see you.
Yeah, I very much appreciate how you've set out the situation with this particular vendor and the context in the context that there were 3 events of same day in 3 cities. But I'm still sort of puzzled. I mean, the gentleman has mentioned he runs a business several times, so I would assume, I'm making an assumption, I would hope perhaps now that we've had this discussion that you could help your client look at possibly what the number was for DC. If there's something in another state, I imagine, once again, it's an assumption that they may have to pay taxes on their sales in another state. Also there are addresses that come with the credit cards or whatever. Do you think you could at least encourage your client to perhaps come back, and this is the volunteer, request, with some type of figure of what happened that day with his particular event in DC? Because I just think leave it as it is. It's just like I don't think it's as cooperative as he could be. That's just
I mean, if that's important to the board, yeah, we can certainly try to do that. I mean, in this situation, we think it's best to acknowledge the mistake, which we've done, and try to figure out how to move forward and not do it again. And with that, which is why I offered that in connection with any application filed by this company, we will set forth a methodology as to how that will be done in the future. So there won't be any question. I mean, I asked Mr. Ruiz a question for a reason, which is whether he generally found Mr. Lopez to be cooperative, and the answer was yes. And as the board points out, Mr. Chair points out, we were here 7 years ago, whatever it was, before we had pub crawl regulations, and you've since seen Mr. Lopez several times with respect to pub crawl applications, and I hope and I believe that you found him to be forthcoming and truthful and honest, and that this is not part of a pattern. This is a single mistake with the institution, a new system. And in talking about it, we wanted to be forthright with the board, address it, and fix it. People make mistakes.
Yes.
And one was certainly made here, and we want to make sure that it doesn't happen again. And look, I mean, trust is earned. We understand that, and we understand that this would give the board pause. But we would also ask the board to look at the history of this operator and also the brief statement from Investigator Ruiz that Mr. Lopez has generally been cooperative. So we need to make sure this doesn't happen again and give the board some assurance that it won't by telling you in detail with each application, this is what we're going to do, this is how we're going to count, this is how your investigator can come in and check, as Mr. Lopez said, at any time in real time, and know how many people that have registered. But if you want, you want to look back and that's the board's preference, then yeah, we'll see what we can do and but
Well, so Andrew, Mr. Klein, as the chairman
we've known
pointed
each other
out-
a long time, Mr. Grant.
Yes, and I mean that politely, sir. But as the chairman has pointed out, that we as a board, we as a community that supports nightlife, we support pub crawls. However, like 4th of July, St. Patrick's Day, Halloween, if there were no such thing as pub crawls in DC, trust me, our streets, and would be very busy anyway. So we support this type of business model. What we need to have more confidence in is what we're talking about today. But also, we hear from the ANCs. We hear from the bids. Okay, this is not the number that on this particular event is not really the most critical issue that we've ever faced. But we hear about concerns about other issues. So we do support the industry. And we just want the industry to come back and give us all we ask for is to comply with the permit, the license that we grant for that day. And we mean that in a very pro-business way.
And we think you should expect nothing less. I mean, we're not here saying, whoa, this is somehow excusable. We need to do better, and Mr. Lopez is committed to doing better. And I just want to make that clear. I mean, the proof will be in the pudding, and but I mean, I do think that he's got a history. It's a positive history, in my opinion, and we hope to have him continue to build on that positive history despite this misstep.
Well, thank you, Mr. Klein, and thank you, Mr. Klein, and Mr. Chairman, thank you.
You're welcome. I just want to record to reflect, Mr. Klein and Mr. Lopez, that you are aware that although this fact-finding hearing was scheduled, you have subsequently requested pub crawls, and we have approved those applications for the subsequent pub crawls that you have requested from us. This was a pending fact-finding hearing on the specific event that occurred for Halloween. But the investigator asked for specific information, and the board wants when our investigator asks from our licensee for information. And so the expectation is that the information that was requested by the investigator, that it is provided to the agency. I think that we're aware, and I think that Mr. Lopez, do you recall how many participants were approved for this event?
The one coming up in February?
No, I'm sorry, the Halloween event, the purpose of this pub crawl.
1,500.
All right.
That's what the license said.
All right, so I believe that there might be agreement that the numbers were exceeded. However, the investigator did ask specifically for information, and our agency wants, if the investigator asks for information that you should have, we're not asking you to create something, but if we ask you for information, it should be provided to the agency. That's all. So that's all. At least that's my position. If an investigator asks for documentation that you should have, if you have to create it, it shouldn't be. But I believe that you are a businessman and you have been approved for all these events for specific numbers. You should have some mechanism, to provide the requested information to the investigator. Okay, so that's that's our expectation. Um, any other questions by anyone else on this issue? Any final comments that you want to make, Mr. Klein?
I mean, the only thing I would say in response to your last comment is your expectation is certainly not unreasonable. And I think the issue here was the information wasn't available, and that was, it should have been handled differently. But that was the problem here. The information wasn't available. But we hear you loud and clear, and your expectation that when an investigator asks for information, it should be provided is understood. And we don't dispute that. I mean, I just want that to be clear. And going forward, I don't think you're going to see that as a problem with this licensing. I've been in the past, and we don't think it will be in the future.
And I will say that this is probably in the 7 years or so I've been here, Mr. Lopez has appeared in front of me in fact in here several times, and he's been very forthcoming. And so I will hand that to him. So
Thank you. I appreciate it.
yeah, I'll hand that to him because we're all working to make this work, and so we want to make sure that the process that our licensee complies with our rules and regulation, and that it works for both the agency and for the licensee. And that's what we want to occur, okay? All right. So thank you very much, and the board will take this matter under advisement, and we'll advise you what our next step is. But as I stated before, the investigator asked for the information, and I would hope that that information is provided to the investigator as soon as possible, because I think this occurred Halloween. This is an event from Halloween, so I'm hoping that the information still exists, but if it exists, it needs to be provided to the agency. Okay?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Have a great day. Thanks. All right. All right. That was actually the end of our calendar for the day, but I need to recall a case. I'm not sure if all board members have reviewed their emails to see that I need to recall a case. And the case that I will be recalling is I'm sorry. This morning we had a protest hearing status for case number 22 PRO 00104. So I'm recalling that case. I'm recalling case number 22. I'm recalling case number 22 PRO 00104. Vision Lounge located at 707 H Street Northeast. This is a protest case filed against Vision Lounge renewal application. The protestants include ANC 6C and a group of 5 or more property owners. The protest letter filed by the group of 5 or more makes a reference to Mark Knob KNOBBE as an abutting property owner residing at 707 7th Street Northeast. It does not appear that Mr. Knob filed a separate protest letter in his capacity as an abutting property owner, though Mr. Knob appeared at the roll call hearing on December 5th, 2022, and the board agent did not confer standing to Mr. Knob at that time. This morning at the protest hearing status for case number 22 PRO 00104, Mr. Knob appeared late and asserted that he's an abutting property owner. The board conferred conditional standing until further information could be gathered regarding Mr. Knobb's status. An ABRA investigator conducted a site visit today and has determined that Mr. Knobb's residence located at 707 H Street Northeast does not abut the licensed premises located at 707 H Street Northeast, and in fact, is more than 200 feet away from the establishment. Therefore, I'm moving the board to dismiss Mr. Knob's protest, the conditional standing that was granted to him. I'm making an order that the board dismiss Mr. Knob as an abutting protestant in case number 22 PRO 00104. Is there a second?
Mr. Short, I second.
Mr. Short has seconded the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Henson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis. Mr. Grandis.
Based upon the email that you referenced, and having read it, I will agree. I will agree. Thank you.
Mr. Grandis, agree. Mr. Anderson, agree. The matter voted, the board voted 6-0 to deny standing to Mr. Knob as an abutting property owner. The board will therefore issue an order to that effect today, and Mr. Knob will have 10 days from the receipt of the order to request a reconsideration of the board's order. With that said, we are then at the end of our calendar for the day. And so if there's no further business, I will close the hearing for the day. As chairperson of the Alcohol Beverage Control Board for the District of Columbia, in accordance with DC Official Code Section 2575B and Section 2575B14 of the Open Meetings Act, I move that ABC Board hold a closed meeting on February 2nd, 2023. On February 1st, 2023, for the purpose of discussing and hearing reports concerning ongoing or planned investigations of alleged criminal or civil misconduct or violations of law or regulations, and seeking legal advice from our legal counsel on the matters identified on the board's legal, license, and investigative agenda for February 1st, 2023, as published in the DC Register on January 27th, 2023. Is there a second?
Grandis will second.
Mr. Grandis will second the motion. We'll now have a roll call vote. Mr. Short.
Mr. Short, I agree.
Mr. Cato.
Bobby Cato, I agree.
Ms. Crockett.
Rafi Crockett, I agree.
Ms. Hanson.
Jenny Hansen, I agree.
Mr. Grandis.
Grandis.
And Mr. Anderson, I agree. As it appears that the motion has passed 6-0, I hereby give notice that the ABC Board will hold this closed meeting. Pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, notice will also be posted on the ABC Board Hearing Room Bulletin Board, placed on the electronic calendar and ABRA's website, and published in DC Register in as timely a manner as practical. We're adjourned for the day. I would like to thank the members of the public who participated in the hearing today. I'd also like to thank the board members whose attention and participation was evident today. So thank you for your participation. We're now adjourned for the day, and I now direct all board members to return to executive session for further action. Thank you very much. Have a great day.